Professor B.N. Gangadhar, ex-director NIMHANS Bangalore and President of the Medical Assessment and Rating Board, National Medical Commission, Government of India, accompanied by Mr. Satvik C. Mauli, MBBS Batch 2021.
Professor K.K. Talwar, ex-director PGI-MER Chandigarh, former chairman Medical Council of India, accompanied by Mr. Jaskaran Singh, MBBS Batch 2019.
Shri Jitendra Kumar Sonkar ji, Director, Ministry of Youth and Sports, Government of Uttarakhand, accompanied by Mr. Shivam Singla, MBBS Batch 2021.
Our beloved Executive Director and CEO, Professor Meenu Singh Ma'am, accompanied by Mr. Shashank Bhati, MBBS Batch 2021.
And our very own dearest Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, accompanied by Ms. Shrangi, MBBS Batch 2021.
We thank you all for taking the time to join us today and sincerely hope that the next 3 hours we get to learn through your wisdom and years, rather decades of experience.
Asito ma sadgamaya tamso ma Jyotirgamya Mrityorma Amritam Gamya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
With this eloquent mantra, we urge the divine to guide us from the darkness of ignorance to the light of knowledge. A great tradition in our culture has always been to remember and acknowledge the higher consciousness that guides us through our lives. Following the same, we would begin this gathering by inviting the dignitaries to light the lamp with the melodious recitation of the Saraswati Vandana.
या कुंदेन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणावर दंड मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनी वीणा पुस्तक धारिणीमभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधति पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा.
I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their seats in the dais and take this opportunity to thank Vaibhavi, Anisha, Asmita, Anusha, and Srishti for this mellifluous performance. The esteemed dignitaries here on stage with us have been extremely kind to accept our invitation and take out time from their busy schedules. Thus, now we would take this opportunity to present a token of gratitude to them.
We now request Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, President of the Resident Doctors Association, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome our chief guest, Srimati Rekha Aarti, with a token of gratitude. Next up, we request Dr. Pankaj Sharma, Additional Professor, Department of Radiology, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome Swami Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj with a token of gratitude.
Now we request Dr. Nidhi Kale, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Emergency Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome Swami Dayadipanand Maharaj with a token of gratitude. Next, we request Dr. Monica Patania, Additional Professor, Geriatric Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome Professor B. N. Gangadhar with a token of gratitude.
We now request Dr. Rashmi Malhotra, Additional Professor, Department of Anatomy, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome Professor K.K. Talwar with a token of gratitude. We now request Dr. Nidhi Kale, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Emergency Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome Shri Jitendra Kumar Sonkar ji with a token of gratitude.
Next up, we request Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, President of the Resident Doctors Association, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome our Executive Director and CEO, Professor Meenu Singh, with a token of gratitude. Next up, we request Dr. Rashmi Malhotra, Additional Professor, Department of Anatomy, AIIMS Rishikesh, to welcome Professor Jaya Chaturvedi with a token of gratitude. Documentation is the strongest tool of advocacy. Thus, for one of the world's biggest advocacy meetings for youth agendas, like this Y20 consultation, it is imperative to have rapporteurs to document the proceedings of the conclave, so that the words of wisdom we expect to hear today contribute to the greater good tomorrow. For the documentation of all dialogues and discussion, we have our rapporteurs, Saurish Ori and Vinayak Kaushik, MBBS undergraduates from AIIMS Rishikesh, that would be documenting the proceedings for today.
It is with great pleasure that we are gathered here to celebrate the presence of eminent dignitaries among us. Each and every one of us is grateful to have such accomplished individuals in our midst. We are honored to invite the head of the host institute, our most esteemed Executive Director and CEO, Professor Meenu Singh. Professor Meenu Singh trained as a pediatric pulmonologist from the Children's Hospital, University of Pittsburgh, USA. She subsequently returned to India and worked in the field of pediatric pulmonology in the Advanced Pediatric Center, PGIMER Chandigarh. Her unwavering commitment and expertise in this field have earned her much recognition and admiration among the medical fraternity. Not only is Dr. Meenu Singh a distinguished physician, but she's also a visionary administrator. She heads the Telemedicine Center, which is now designated as the Department of Telemedicine at PGIMER in coordination with ISRO and DIT. She is also in charge of the Regional Resource Center and National Knowledge Network at PGIMER and has developed a wide-ranging tele-education network of medical colleges. Her contributions in this area have been so noteworthy that she has been appointed in the Steering Coordination Committee for the Telemedicine and E-Learning of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. As a director and CEO, Professor Meenu Singh has brought a wave of positive change in our college. Her leadership has been truly transformative, and she has been an inspiration to all of us. Without further ado, I request Professor Meenu Singh to take the stage to inaugurate the Y20 Consultation 2023 at AIIMS Rishikesh and use her exceptional knowledge and experience to set the tone for the further events.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. मंच पर आसीन आज की हमारी मुख्य अतिथि श्रीमती रेखा आर्य जी, जो उत्तराखंड सरकार में स्पोर्ट्स और यूथ अफेयर्स की और बहुत सारे बाकी और मंत्रालय में कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर हैं। स्वामी चिदानंद जी महाराज, अध्यक्ष परमार्थ निकेतन स्वर्गाश्रम ऋषिकेश। स्वामी दयादीपानंदा जी, चिकित्सा अधीक्षक श्री रामकृष्ण मिशन अस्पताल हरिद्वार। पद्म भूषण प्रोफेसर के तलवार, former director of PGI as well as President Board of Governors, formerly Medical Council of India. Professor B.N. Gangadhar, President MARB, National Medical Commission, Government of India. Shri Jitendra Sonkar ji, Director, Sports Affairs in the Government of Uttarakhand. Our own Dean Academic, Professor J.R. Chaturvedi ji. इसके अलावा हमारे विभिन्न एम से पधारे डायरेक्टर्स एंड फैकल्टी, आज के अन्य विशिष्ट अतिथिगण और हमारे युवा साथी जो हमारे साथ हैं, और एम्स ऋषिकेश के बहुत से स्टूडेंट्स जिन्होंने इस प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया है और सहयोग दिया है, एंड ऑल आवर यंग फ्रेंड्स हु हैव कम फ्रॉम डिफरेंट कंट्रीज़ like Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, United States of America, Singapore. We are really happy to welcome you all to this Holistic Health Conclave, which has actually started in the morning with an exhilarating session on yoga. This conclave has been organized as a part of G20 celebrations, and it's a matter of great pride for us that under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, India is at the moment leading and is the president for G20. And this Y20, which is the youth component of G20, has been a part of this, these celebrations to motivate and inspire young people to contribute towards health, well-being, and sports, and towards holistic health for the whole world. We at AIIMS Rishikesh feel delighted to organize this conclave, which has been done. There have been several run-up events which have been done, and this event has been organized under the aegis of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of India, as well as by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and Ministry of Youth and Sports, again, of Government of Uttarakhand, who have really supported this event with all their might. So you will witness several discussions in the panels. You will have debates which will be conducted. And all this is towards formulating some kind of guidelines or policy for the wellness for the youth of this country as well as the rest of the world, as we know that Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is the theme of G20 this year, which means that the whole world is one. I'm sure you'll be enjoying the natural beauty of Rishikesh. With God's grace, today the weather has opened up and we are having a sunny day. So we would certainly like you to visit some of these places. We have the holy river Ganga, which is very close to AIIMS Rishikesh, to get a little walk along the banks of Ganga, which is called Astha Path, and the beautiful scenery which is all around. So I once again welcome all of you to this event. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Director Ma'am, for your enlightening words.
We all would agree that sports and youth are inseparable. So the discussion today, being Y20, would be incomplete without an essential component of sports. I now request Shri Jitendra Kumar Sonkar ji, Director, Ministry of Youth and Sports, Government of Uttarakhand, to address the audience.
आज के इस Y20 कार्यक्रम की चीफ गेस्ट श्रीमती रेखा आर्या जी, कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट, परम श्रद्धेय स्वामी चिन्मयानंद जी, स्वामी दयानिधि पनान जी महाराज, प्रोफेसर के तलवार, प्रोफेसर मीनू सिंह, प्रोफेसर गंगाधर जी एंड प्रोफेसर जया चतुर्वेदी जी, और यहाँ उपस्थित देश और विदेश के डेलीगेट्स तथा विभिन्न संस्थाओं से आए हुए महानुभाव, सर्वप्रथम आप सभी लोगों को इस कार्यक्रम में यहाँ उपस्थित होने के लिए आप सभी लोगों का स्वागत, अभिनंदन और आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। यूथ, जैसे ही हम इस शब्द को प्रोनाउंस करते हैं, हमारे शरीर में, हमारी आत्मा में एक कंपन सी होती है, सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी जो यूथ से डिफाइन होता है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि सभी ने अपने अपने बचपन में कभी न कभी ये वाला एक्सपेरिमेंट जरूर किया होगा। हमारे हाथ में एक लेंस होता था और एक कागज़ होता था। उस लेंस के थ्रू हमें उस कागज़ को जलाना होता था। बहुत सारे लोगों से जला भी होगा, बहुत सारे लोगों से नहीं भी जला होगा। आज उसको यहाँ पे याद दिलाने का मेरा पर्पस सिर्फ इतना है कि यूथ जो होता है उसके अंदर इतनी एनर्जी होती है कि अगर वो अपनी उस सारी एनर्जी को एक सिंगल पॉइंट पे अगर फोकस कर दे, जैसा कि हम लेंस के थ्रू सनलाइट को फोकस किया करते थे और कागज जल जाता था, अगर युवा अपनी उस एनर्जी को एक जगह फोकस कर दे तो वो कुछ भी कर सकता है। कुछ भी मतलब कुछ भी। चूंकि मैं दर्शन शास्त्र का कभी विद्यार्थी नहीं रहा, लेकिन यूपीएससी में थोड़ा सा दर्शन शास्त्र पढ़ा है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी रहे हैं वीपी सिंह जी, उनका ये कथन था कि क्योंकि यूथ हमारा जो कुछ बन गया है वो ठीक है, जो कुछ नहीं बना है वो कुछ भी बन सकता है, क्योंकि उसके अंदर वो एनर्जी है, वो सोर्स है। क्योंकि आज का समय जो है वो बहुत वाइब्रेंट हो चुका है और हमारी जो युवा पीढ़ी है उसको कहीं ना कहीं चैनलाइज करने की ज़रूरत है। पहले का समय और अब के समय में बहुत परिवर्तन हो चुका है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारा आज का जो यूथ है, मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ कि वो सारा यूथ उसी में काम में लगा हुआ है, लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ा यूथ का जो हमारा जो पॉपुलेशन है वो 1.5 GB डाटा और इसमें कहीं ना कहीं खो गया है। उसके पीछे ना उसको अपनी एनर्जी दिखाई देती है, ना उसको ये दिखाई देता है कि वो क्या कर सकता है। कहीं ना कहीं इस G20 के एक लेग के रूप में जो ये Y20 कंसल्टेशन का जो प्रोग्राम है वो हमारे देश के, हमारे पूरे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर युवाओं को एकजुट करने का, उनकी एनर्जी को एक सेंट्रल पॉइंट पे लाने का, या उनको ये बताने का कि आप क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, या सरकार आपके लिए क्या क्या कर रही है, क्या क्या प्रोग्राम्स आपके लिए चला रही है, आज के समय में आपकी भूमिका कहाँ कहाँ पर है, उन पे फोकस किया गया है। इसी क्रम में हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय श्री मोदी जी ने अपने कई भाषणों में इस चीज़ का उल्लेख किया है कि युवा जो है हमारा वो इस देश का भविष्य है। वो चाहे तो इस देश की दिशा और दशा दोनों और भविष्य तय कर सकता है कि हमें कहाँ जाना है, किस ओर किस तरफ हमें प्रगति करनी है। इसी क्रम में उनका सबसे बड़ा जो फोकस है वो ये है कि आज का युवा जो है राजनीति में उसकी भागीदारी क्या होनी चाहिए। राजनीति का जो एरिना है उसको भी ये समझना पड़ेगा कि युवा की क्या नीड है, उसकी क्या डिजायर्स हैं, उसकी क्या सहभागिता हो सकती है। और युवा को भी ये समझना पड़ेगा कि आज के वाइब्रेंट पॉलिटिक्स में उसकी क्या भूमिका है, कैसे वो अपने आप को उसमें समाहित कर सकता है, कैसे वो अपने आप को उसमें से एनर्जेटिक बना के इस देश की भविष्य को सुधार सकता है। युवा की भूमिका आज किस क्षेत्र में नहीं है, हर जगह युवा ही युवा है। और ये हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है कि हिंदुस्तान की जो जनसंख्या है उसका लगभग आधे से अधिक जो प्रतिशत है वो युवाओं का है। तो आप विचार करके देखिए कि भारत क्या नहीं कर सकता है। आज अगर जियो पॉलिटिक्स में देखिए, हर जगह टेंशन ही टेंशन है। उस टेंशन को कम करने में भी भारत सरकार के जो 5 बिंदु हैं उसमें एक पॉइंट ये भी है कि युवाओं की भागीदारी उस क्षेत्र में भी बढ़ाई जाए ताकि वो अपना एक अहम योगदान दे सकें। जब हम ये कहते हैं हेल्थ, वेलनेस एंड स्पोर्ट्स, बीइंग अ डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स एंड यूथ वेलफेयर, मेरा यहाँ पे इसको मेंशन करना बढ़ जाता है कि हम कहते हैं कि युवा वो तो स्वस्थ है, उसके लिए इस टॉपिक की क्या ज़रूरत है। शारीरिक स्वस्थता और मानसिक स्वस्थता 2 अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं। जो हम जिस प्रोस्पेक्टिव में कहते हैं वो हमारा शारीरिक स्वस्थता है, क्या हमारा युवा मानसिक रूप से भी स्वस्थ है? मैं इस विषय पे बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा क्योंकि हमारे बहुत स्पेशलिस्ट हैं इन सारी चीज़ों पे बोलने के लिए, वो आपको बताएंगे। सर्वप्रथम मैं एम्स का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को आयोजित किया। भारत सरकार यूथ मिनिस्ट्री ने जो उनको ये काम दिया था उसको उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है और मैं ये कामना करता हूँ और मेरी ये शुभकामनाएं हैं कि ये 2 दिन का जो प्रोग्राम है ये बहुत अच्छे से चलेगा। और देश और विदेश से आए हुए जो हमारे डेलीगेट्स हैं उनसे भी मेरा ये निवेदन रहेगा कि अपना पॉजिटिव कंट्रीब्यूट करिए, कुछ दे के जाइए और कुछ लेके जाइए। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your illuminating words.
Now that the dais is formally open for discussions, it's time to hear words of wisdom from spiritual leaders who have graced this Y20 Consultation 2023 at AIIMS Rishikesh. Even though he needs no introduction, we take this opportunity to introduce Swami Dayadeepanandji Maharaj, to inspire you all with the work that he has been doing to bridge modern medicine and spiritual health. Presently working as the medical superintendent of Ramakrishna Mission Sevashram Haridwar, Swami Ji is also a member of the Operation Guidelines Committee of Health and Wellness, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, as well as an Institutional Ethics Committee member of our very own institute, guiding healthcare and research within and beyond the institute, state, and the country. He has dedicated his life for the service of humanity with special emphasis on the management of type 1 diabetes and integrated wellness. Being a strong proponent and practitioner of yoga, he advocates yoga for prevention, control, and reversal of chronic lifestyle disorders. It's a golden opportunity for us to hear from him how the role of spiritual health in physical well-being. We welcome you, sir.
Suprabhatam, good morning everybody. My respectful namaskars, reverential pranams to Swami Chidanand जी, जो हमारे सनातन धर्म के प्रतीक हैं, heads the Parmarth Niketan, the spiritual center based at Rishikesh on the banks of Mother Ganga. My namaskars to Rekha Arya ji, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar ji, Dr. Talwar ji, Jitendra ji, Professor Minu Singh ji, Jaya Chaturvedi ji, and all my respectful dignitaries of the dais. What a great morning we are all having. Hundreds of youths with full of energy and special dignitaries who have experience in life to guide us. Viveka is the word. Discrimination. That is the only thing which lacks in a youth, which is profoundly present with a person who has experience in life. Combination of both vitality and energy, urja or vivek, can give us the ultimate health which we call spiritual health. That's what I'll be talking now. Can I have my first slide, please? Physical, mental, emotional, social, intellectual, and spiritual well-being of a person. Not just free from disease or insanity. That's what exactly health means. Definition of health. Swasthya is the word. Swasthya is the word. When you derive your health from the word swasthya, swasthaha, one who is established in his own self. Are we able to connect the PPT? First slide, please. I was talking about swasthaha, the annamaya kosha, the pranamaya kosha, the manomaya kosha, the vijnanamaya kosha, the anandamaya kosha. Ananda is the word. Sukh, dukh. Unhappiness, happiness. A state next to that is ananda. A state beyond misery and happiness, which both of them are transient, transitory. एक eternal state है, हमेशा आपको आनंद देगा, ऊर्जा देगा, वो है आपका real nature, स्वस्थः. If you get established in your own self, you attain that Anandamaya Kosha. So ultimate goal is to reach there. But let us start with the physical, the Anandamaya Kosha. Today in my talk, I'll be mainly focusing on the Annamaya Kosha, the physical. So there are some tips which you can give. The next slide, please. And before I go further, let me make it simple. The Panchakoshas, what I mentioned. Body, mind, soul together, not just body, mind. We know body over mind and vice versa, mind over body. Over both, there is something which we call as energy, spirit, soul, Atma, Brahman, Atman, God, Ishvara, a Jesus, a Buddha, Allah. Energy which can be neither created nor destroyed, which always flows, and that we are. When you know that, you attain the highest state, swastha, swasthya. Next slide, please. Yoga is a way of life. When I say yoga is a way of life, we have to learn something for our body, mind and spirit. Again, as I said, I'll restrict my talk only to body. The Annamaya Kosha, the gross physical forms, Sthula Sharira. What are the 4 pillars that we should all learn? I know definitely there are eminent speakers who have got research-based, evidence-based papers to talk to you in detail today and tomorrow. What are those 4 pillars which we should understand if at all you want to attain that state of wellness, swasthya? The first one, you should have right knowledge. Jnana is the word. You should have right thinking, which are soch, alochana, thoughts. Mind is nothing but bundle of thoughts. If you have right knowledge, then you have right thinking, which can lead you to lead a right way of living. Then comes right eating. So mainly, I will again restrict myself to right eating. What is that right eating? Next slide, please. This is what again we have to understand what the whole world is looking at. The last 20 years belong to medication. Ease, disease. शरीर अपना स्वस्थ में है, कुछ नहीं करने का. वो जब गड़बड़ हो जाता है, disease. To treat all the diseases, physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, we developed medicines, medication. The 20 years last what we spent was on medication. I have got gastritis, go and see a gastroenterologist, he will give antacid and you are done. Nothing more than that. Last 20 years, in the name of super specialty, we all learned and researched. Now the same researcher. There you see, National Institute of Health USA, what they are thinking. What is the science of behavioral change? If I got some disease, I got some behavioral changes. भावना में, संवेदना में बदलाव आता है, तनाव आता है. वो कहाँ से शुरू हुआ? शरीर में गड़बड़ी आ गया, मन में गड़बड़ी आ गया, बीमारी की तरह आपको दिख रहा है. So the behavioral science what they are studying, and I am very happy to have Dr. Gangadharji who will be speaking based on his research days right from NIMHANS up to the National Medical Commission. He will be sharing all those evidence-based methods. So what they are thinking, they have put it in 3 words: self-regulation, stress activity, interpersonal, social. Next slide, please. But where it came from? It came from Ashtanga Yoga. Those 3 words, still what they are thinking is not enough because they have not having the element of spirit, soul. So why they have restricted only with these 3 steps. But in our ancient wisdom, rishis, a rishi is one who has experience of the inner world. And I was talking in the beginning, to attain the highest health, you have to establish yourself with your real self, swastha. So Ashtanga Yoga teaches you to take care of your body, mind, emotions, ultimately finding your real self. So that is the ultimate answer. And way to do it? Vedanta. Practical Vedanta. नित्य जीवन में ऐसे कुछ उपाय ढूंढ ले based on the highest eternal truths experienced by our rishis, scientists of the inner world. If you do that, next slide please, how you are going to attain the physical health, that will be again my focus. Though I touch upon the highest thing, because without that we cannot attain the absolute state of health even physically, physical healing. That's what we are all looking for. In these last 20 years, I said medication was the solution. Now, not just medication, but meditation. Meditation is the highest medication. But we have to understand the science. There comes the blend of East and West. The Western science always focused on the external material gross things. They went in detail to study what's externally seen to the sensory organs. Eyes, nose, panchendriyas we know. But the Eastern science always focused on the finer, the infinite thing which is deep within. Based on that, they discovered the highest truths, eternal truths, Satya. So, if at all we understand and practice how we are going to get the physical health benefits. When I say yoga, yoga is way of life, Ashtanga yoga, I know definitely you all know because there are many of them are yoga students here from different countries, our own medical students, we know, we have interacted. October 2nd, we had a full 2-hour session on integrated wellness here. We practiced yogasana, pranayama together. Ashtanga yoga, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. Dhyana is the 7th step. Meditation should be understood with the root word dhyana. Always remember this word. So dhyana, meditation can become highest medicine. How? If you meditate properly, if you breathe properly, pranayama, if you do physical activity properly, you are all sitting here for hours, without moving, you sit for 1 hour, you will get numbness in the lower limbs. But if you just move your calf muscles, blood circulation, the physical asanas increases the blood supply, you will not have numbness or pain. Increased oxygen flow to every cell of the body, which will keep you ever fresh. So, these are the physical benefits of asana and pranayama. If that is done properly, your cortisol level will go down, serotonin, melatonin. Again, there are experts who will be sharing. Next slide, please. Ashtanga yoga. Next slide, please. More meditation, less medication. Next slide, please. What do you understand by integrative medicine? You should have an ideal. Based on that ideal, you can learn about integrative medicine. And integrated personality will have all at every stage of life one supreme ideal. And all other subsidiary ideals as only subordinate to the supreme goal. This is by one of the realest soul of Ramakrishna mission who lived a life, Swami Bhuteshananji. One should go and read that book. Next slide, please. Finally, I will not take much time because we are here to learn from the eminent speakers in these 2 days sessions here. But we have to remember this definition, if at all you want to become really a yogi. If you want to become really an integrative medicine health care provider, each soul is potentially divine. The goal is to manifest the divinity. Do it by other work, karma yoga, by knowledge, jnana yoga, by devotion, performing Ganga Aarti on the banks of Mother Ganga at Parmarth Niketan, devotion. Or by meditation, Raja Yoga, concentration, mind studying our own mind. Yoga chittarutti nirodha. When you sit, you see how so many thoughts keep on popping up. When your thoughts stop, you are established in your own self. It's all about removing all the unnecessary thoughts. Only by filling with the divine thoughts. I'm so happy. Last slide, please. Last slide. One more slide. Yes. The more we come out and do good to others, the more our hearts will be purified and God will be in them. If you want to realize God, you have to work unselfishly as a yoga teacher, as a doctor, as a monk, as a householder. Tyaga is the Adarsha. So, thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Swamiji, for sharing how spiritual and physical well-being are synergistic and multiplicative.
A luminary who has been kind enough to find time to address this gathering, Swami Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj, the president of the Parmarth Niketan Ashram Rishikesh, the recipient of some of the world's greatest honors like the UPF's World Peace Ambassador Award, the Global Peace Award, the Mahatma Gandhi Humanitarian Award, the Hindu of the Year Award, the Uttaranchal Ratan Award, the Dr. Kalam Memorial Honor. Swamiji is also the founder of the Ganga Action Parivar, Divine Shakti Foundation, Indian Heritage Foundation, and Interfaith Humanitarian Network, as well as the co-founder of the Global Interfaith Wash Alliance. One must not miss an opportunity to know from Swami.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya Shanti Respected Pujya Swamiji, our Honorable Minister, Srimati Rekha ji, our Professor, the Director of AIIMS, Professor Minu Singh ji, our Professor Gangadhar ji, Shri Jitendra Kumar Sonkar ji, our very eminent cardiologist of the nation, Dr. Talwar, Dr. Jayaji, Dr. Vinod, and you all, my sisters and brothers from all across the nation and the world. I'm so happy to be here today because this is a very crucial moment. Especially the youth all over the world are striving and thriving. But in the process of succeeding in life, sometimes we forget our own self. In the race of earning more, we forget how to be more. In the race of earning in 5 and 6 figures, even sometimes we ruin our own figures. That's why people are not healthy. Young children, age of 11, 12, 13, anybody you ask, how are you? Oh, I'm so stressed up. अभी तो life शुरू भी नहीं हुई है. You have not started your life, you are stressed up. This is so sad. But I am a jungle boy. I was very young when I left for the jungle. And being in the jungle, today as a jungle boy, I am going to share with you jungle tips. We have created our own jungles everywhere. But how to being in these jungles, we can use the jungle tips and stay healthy. We have lost our balance, and the Bhagavad Gita says the balance is the key. Yuktahar viharasya yukta cheshtasya karmasu yukta swapnava bodhasya yogo bhavati dukkha. The balance. Balance what to eat. Right now Swamiji was talking right eating, because whatever you eat, you become. Junky food, junky mood. If you eat junky, you become junky. Believe me. Today or tomorrow you will realize that. Food makes your mood. So that's why eat right and eat light. Second, eating is not only what you eat from your mouth. We eat so much through our eyes, through our ears. Time is very short, but in nutshell, food is not only what we eat here. This is one type of food. I have seen three things very important for young people, for everybody anyway, and especially now what I see in the nation sometime. To me it comes, what I was taught in the jungle is very important, and time is now that we should learn. Time management, tongue management, and thought management. Three things, 3 T's program. Time management, tongue management. We don't know even what to eat. The time we have to sleep, we are eating. The time we have to be awakened, we are sleeping. All messed up. Look at the birds I saw in the jungle. I never saw them. Middle of the night, they are up and eating. Oh, everybody is sleeping. Chalo, main haath maar lo. In my garden, I have seen the birds are there. I have a bird food and bird water in the pot. Never seen after 5:30, 6 o'clock, around sunset time, I go for the evening Aarti. When I come back, they all are in the nest with their own puppies, in their babies. Sleeping. So happy. And I have never seen that they see, oh, food is there, temptation is there, and now everybody is sleeping. There is a time, let me go down and catch up and have something. Never. But we go to our fridge, open the fridge and keep eating. If mood is not good, and eat more even. That food will make our mood. And we make a mistake. So in Bhagavad Gita, in spirituality, people sometimes say, oh, what is in religion? What is in spirituality? Spirituality also is spiritual. Only when the spirit is taken out, then becomes ritual. When the spirit and ritual come together, it becomes spiritual. And there means living what is spirit? What is spirituality? Living consciously, eating consciously, thinking consciously, wearing consciously. There is no shortage today of food shortage, land shortage, this shortage, that shortage. Don't worry. There is enough for everyone's need on this earth. Mahatma Gandhi said, there is always enough for everyone's need, but there is never enough for even one man's greed. Don't worry. There is no shortage. If there is any shortage, if there is a consciousness shortage. Consciousness shortage. For the youth, I will remind you today, live consciously what you eat, how you think. Your health is not only mere physical health. How you feel, how you think, it impacts your all health. So very important, tongue management, what we speak and what we eat. And today, sometime I see in the nation, tongue management is the most important thing. People don't know even what to say, how to say, when to say, just say it. Oh, I don't care, I just say it. I have to say it, I feel free. This is not freedom. So health means when you are set inside. Everything is set. Tea set, TV set, sofa set, this set, that set, solitaire set. Everything is set, but people are upset. And I saw there in the jungle, they had nothing set, no menu for tomorrow. When I was living in the jungle, no menu for tomorrow. And no menu for tomorrow, no door-to-door service, no Amazon.com. But whomever you ask, how are you? They say, super. Spirituality makes you super. Through science you can earn more, but spirituality you can know how to live more. And living more is being more, and being more is sharing more, caring more, giving more, serving more. That's what Swami Vivekananda said for the last, serve more. It will take care of your depression also. Go to the hospital, go to the last, because time is, I want to give time to others also, last. When we are talking about the health, there are so many thoughts are coming to me from the jungles, but maybe some other time. Anyway, you all are coming to join in the evening Ganga Aarti. That is our happy hour. That happy hour feels you feel high, but there's no hangover. No hangover. We'll talk about in the evening when you all come for the Aarti, but now, last but not the least, when we are talking about the health, how we can be healthy if our water is not healthy, our soil is not healthy, how our souls can be healthy? Bad soil, contaminated souls also. No water, no peace. If water is not healthy, soil is not healthy, air is not healthy, pollution, so what is the solution? Only solution is live consciously. Live consciously. No water, no conference. No water, no why youth. And why youth? We'll talk tonight. Why youth? We say why youth. Tonight I will talk to you. What does it mean when we say youth? In the evening, but now because I know that we are already late, 5 minutes, and now I will share this dais for others. But thank you, Professor Minu Singh ji, giving this opportunity to the youth of the world, bringing them here to learn the message of life. The message of life is not, as I said, have more, but be more. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Swami Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj, for sharing your decades of wisdom and experience.
I would now like to invite our very dynamic Srimati Rekha Arya Ji, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Sports and Youth Welfare, Women Empowerment and Child Development, Government of Uttarakhand, to inspire us with her words.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज के इस Y20 और यूथ 20 कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हम जिनको सुन रहे थे और सुनने के साथ साथ में जिनके साथ हम बहुत मन से जुड़ भी रहे थे, ऐसे हिंदू सनातन धर्म के प्रतीक हम सब के स्वामी चिदानंद सरस्वती जी महाराज जी, यहाँ मंच पर आसीन स्वामी दयादी पांडा महाराज जी, यहाँ की कार्यकारी डायरेक्टर के रूप में प्रोफेसर मीनू सिंह जी, प्रोफेसर VN गंगाधर जी, प्रोफेसर के तलवार जी, प्रोफेसर जया चतुर्वेदी जी और निदेशक खेल के रूप में सोनकर जी, प्रोफेसर, और यहाँ पर आज के इस कार्यक्रम में जो उपस्थित हुए हैं, चाहे वह प्रोफेसर्स के रूप में हों, स्पेशलिस्ट के रूप में हैं, डॉक्टर्स के रूप में हों, स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में हों, और साथ ही जो हमारे यूथ फॉरेनर्स हमारे विभिन्न देशों से यहाँ पर आए हैं, आप सभी का मैं अपने इस उत्तराखंड, जिसका दूसरा पर्याय देवभूमि के नाम से भी है, जो कि हिमालय की गोद में खिलता और खेलता उत्तराखंड है, जो कि नैसर्गिक सौंदर्य को समेटे हुए है, मैं इस हिमालय भूमि और पवित्र गंगा के किनारे देश विदेश से आए सभी प्रतिनिधियों का इस पावन भूमि में मैं सबका अभिनंदन करती हूँ, सबका स्वागत करती हूँ। साथियों, हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि भारत को ये सुनहरा अवसर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में प्राप्त हुआ है कि पहली बार G20 की अध्यक्षता भारत कर रहा है, और उन क्षणों में कर रहा है जिन क्षणों में हमारा देश अपने आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष को पूर्ण करते हुए अपने अमृतकाल के प्रारंभिक अवसरों के और अग्रसर है। निश्चित रूप से इस G20 की अध्यक्षता के साथ साथ में हमको Y20 की अध्यक्षता करने का भी मौका मिला है। इसके लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का, खेल मंत्रालय का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि उत्तराखंड की इस देवभूमि को और ऋषिकेश की एम्स जैसी बड़ी संस्थान, जहाँ पर न जाने कितने ऐसे गरीब रोगी यहाँ से निरोगी होकर जाते हैं, उस संस्थान के माध्यम से और विभाग के सहयोग से आज यह Y20 का कार्यक्रम, यह सम्मेलन, यह समिट यहाँ पर हो सका है। तो मैं अपने आप को बहुत ही ज़्यादा गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रही हूँ। इस कार्यक्रम में आने के साथ में जहाँ पहला कदम इस ओर बढ़ा था, तो सबसे पहले जहाँ पर एक फ़ोटो सेशन हुआ, उस फोटो सेशन में एक ही भाव व्यक्त था, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। इस वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जो ये हमारी पुरानी परंपरा है, G20 में वही सब कुछ झलकता है और Y20 में भी वही सब कुछ झलकता हुआ हम महसूस करते हैं। और हम चाहते हैं कि भारत जिस प्रकार से विभिन्न प्रकार की चुनौतियों का सामना करना, उसका समाधान खोजना, और निश्चित रूप से आज जिस प्रकार से पूरे विश्व के कई ऐसे जनप्रतिनिधियों का भी और युवाओं का भी नेतृत्व यहाँ पर आज देखने को मिला है और हम सब लोग एकत्रित हुए हैं, तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की इस भाव के साथ में उन चुनौतियों का समाधान भी प्राप्त करेंगे और निश्चित रूप से वैश्विक समग्र कल्याण की ओर हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथियों, आज एक भाव व्यक्त होता है कि आखिरकार युवा किसको कहते हैं। सामान्यतः एक विचार आता है कि युवा 15 से 24 वर्ष तक के व्यक्ति को हम लोग युवाओं की श्रेणी में लेकर आते हैं, और यदि वैश्विक स्तर पर यदि हम इसको देखते हैं तो यूएन के आंकड़ों के अनुसार आज 15 से 24 वर्ष की आयु के लगभग 1.2 बिलियन युवा पूरे विश्व में हैं, और यदि उसे प्रतिशत के दृष्टिकोण से देखें तो लगभग विश्व की जनसंख्या के 16% हिस्सा युवाओं का है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र के अनुसार विश्व स्तर पर 15 से 24 वर्ष के लगभग 85% युवा विकासशील देशों में रहते हैं। यह आंकड़ा उम्मीद की जा रही है कि 2025 तक 89.5% बढ़ने का अनुमान है। और मुझे ये कहते हुए बहुत गर्व होता है कि भारत, जो कि विकासशील देश के रूप में जाना जाता है, इस Y20 के आयोजन के साथ में जो कुछ भी हम लोग यहाँ पर एक दूसरे के साथ में वैचारिक आदान प्रदान करेंगे और यहाँ से युवा जिस प्रकार से भारत के विकास के लिए योगदान करेंगे, तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाला वक्त प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस विकासशील देश से विकसित देश के रूप में हम सब लोग अग्रसर होंगे। तो मैं कहना ये चाह रही थी कि भारत को युवाओं का देश में अग्रणी देश माना जाता है और भारत में सबसे ज़्यादा युवा आबादी पाई गई है। यूएनडीपी के आंकड़ों के मुताबिक दुनिया के 121 करोड़ युवा जो हैं, उनमें 21% जो है वह भारत में है। साथियों, इस Y20 समिट का मुख्य उद्देश्य विश्व स्तर पर जो हमारे युवा हैं उनको बढ़ावा देना है। इस मंच से G20 देशों के देश यूथ सहित भारत द्वारा आमंत्रित हमारे जितने विदेशी अतिथि हैं, उनके विचारों को, उनके अनुभवों को साझा कर सकेंगे। ऐसा इस Y20 में ही संभव हो सकता है। ऐसे कार्यक्रमों से निश्चित रूप से नई पीढ़ी में एक जो लीडरशिप का भाव होता है, एक लीडरशिप की जो क्वालिटी होती है, वह इसमें निखरने का अवसर उनको प्राप्त होता है और निश्चित रूप से आगे चलकर ये अपने देश का और किसी बड़े संगठन के नेतृत्व करने के लिए तैयार हो सकेंगे। इस Y20 से निश्चित रूप से हम सबको यह प्रतीत होता है। आज Y20 के इस कार्यक्रम में हेल्थ, वेलनेस और स्पोर्ट्स पर पूरी ये थीम रखी गई है। हेल्थ, वेलनेस और स्पोर्ट्स पर मैं समझती हूँ कि हेल्थ और वेलनेस कैसे रखी जा सकती है, यह स्वामी जी, चाहे चिदानंद जी महाराज जी हों, चाहे हमारे दयाधी पांडे जी महाराज जी हों, आप दोनों के द्वारा हेल्थ और वेलनेस योगा के माध्यम से यह जीवन में अपने खान पान और अपने व्यवहार से बहुत कुछ हम लोग हेल्थ और वेलनेस में हम लोग कर सकते हैं योगा को अपनाते हुए। चूँकि मैं स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर हूँ तो मैं यह बात कह सकती हूँ कि हेल्थ, वेलनेस, योगा, ये सारी चीज़ें निहित हैं आपके स्पोर्ट्स में। यदि हम स्पोर्ट्स को अपनाते हैं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से ये तीनों चीज़ें उसमें हमको दिखती हैं। बच्चा जब पैदा होता है तो भारतीय संस्कृति में और संभवतः विदेशों की संस्कृति में भी एक स्वाभाविक होता है कि बच्चा 6 महीने के बाद में जब बैठना शुरू करता है और बैठने के बाद में माता पिता उसे विभिन्न प्रकार के जो गेम्स होते हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो बैट बॉल दिया जाता है या बैडमिंटन का छोटा सा रैकेट दिया जाता है, किसी न किसी रूप में खेल की संस्कृति को बढ़ाने का काम बचपन से ही किया जाता है। और उसी से हम देखते हैं कि बच्चा कितनी तेज़ी से अपने हाथ पैर चलाता है, कितनी तेज़ी से वह आगे बढ़ता है, उसकी ग्रोथ कितनी तेज़ी से होती है। तो उसमें योगा भी है और उसमें स्पोर्ट्स भी है और दोनों के कारण बच्चा अपने अच्छे हेल्थ को और अच्छे वेलनेस को जो है वह प्राप्त करता है। मेरा यह कहना है कि हम स्पोर्ट्स को लेकर, केंद्र की सरकार हो, भारत में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के द्वारा लगातार स्पोर्ट्स को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। स्पेशली महिलाओं को, लड़कियों को बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। उन्हीं की प्रेरणा से आज हम भी अपने स्टेट में, उत्तराखंड में, इस देवभूमि में महिला खिलाड़ी हूँ, युवा खिलाड़ी हूँ या हमारे खिलाड़ी हूँ, सबको यानी कि खेल को बहुत तवज्जो दी जा रही है। और जो जो खिलाड़ी इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर, नेशनल लेवल पर यदि कुछ अचीव करके आ रहे हैं तो उनको सम्मान देना, विभिन्न मंचों से पुरस्कार के रूप में भी सम्मान देना, यह सब काम आज की तारीख में किए जा रहे हैं। आज स्पोर्ट्स ऐसा विषय नहीं रह गया है, भारत के दृष्टिकोण से भी और मैं समझती हूँ वैश्विक दृष्टिकोण से भी, कि स्पोर्ट्स अब दोयम दर्जे का नहीं बल्कि स्पोर्ट्स अब पहले दर्जे का या प्राथमिकता के रूप में अब देखा जाने लगा है। स्पोर्ट्स केवल 15 से 24 या 35 से 40 वर्ष तक के लिए नहीं है। स्पोर्ट्स मैं समझती हूँ कि आजीवन भर के लिए है। अपनी हेल्थ और वेलनेस को यदि हमें प्राप्त करना है, क्योंकि यदि शरीर फिट है तो जीवन हिट है, यदि शरीर ठीक है तो हमारा सारा काम जो है वो सही प्रकार से संपादन हो सकता है। यह सब कुछ निर्भर करता है कि आपकी फिजिकल फिटनेस किस प्रकार की है। आप बहुत अच्छे विचार के रख सकते हो, आप बहुत अच्छे वैचारिक हो सकते हो, आप बहुत अच्छा सोचते होंगे, आप बहुत अच्छे करने की क्षमता रखते होंगे, आपके अंदर बहुत ज़बरदस्त जिज्ञासा होगी, आपके अंदर करने की भी बहुत क्षमता होगी, लेकिन क्या करोगे जब आपकी हेल्थ और आपकी वेलनेस यदि ठीक नहीं होगी। तो इसलिए इसको ठीक करने के लिए ये Y20 में यूथ तो है ही है। मैं समझती हूँ कि हर एज का व्यक्ति चाहे योगा के माध्यम से जुड़े, चाहे स्पोर्ट्स के माध्यम से जुड़े, अपने आप को यदि वो एक्टिवेट रखता है तो निश्चित रूप से हर वो अपनी जिज्ञासा, अपने जीवन की हर वो महत्वाकांक्षा, हर वो अच्छा कार्य वह करने में सक्षम है, यदि वो अपने शरीर के साथ में न्याय करता है। ईश्वर ने आपको स्वस्थ शरीर के साथ में भेजा है तो हम सब का कर्तव्य होता है कि हम सब लोग स्वस्थ रहे। उसने जैसा भेजा है तो वह हमें वैसा ही मेंटेन भी रखना चाहिए, ताकि हम अपने पूरे आजीवन अपने जिस उद्देश्य के साथ में हम सब का जन्म हुआ है उस उद्देश्य की हम सब पूर्ति कर सके। यह तभी संभव होगा जब हम अपने जीवन में हेल्थ, वेलनेस, योगा, स्पोर्ट्स को अपने जीवन में अपनाते हैं। आज की तारीख में मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि उत्तराखंड स्पोर्ट्स के दृष्टिकोण से आज स्पोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट फंड को अस्तित्व में लेके आ रहा है। आज हमारे बच्चों के लिए हम लोग आउट ऑफ टर्न जॉब लेकर आ रहे हैं। आज हमारे बच्चों के लिए हम 4% का क्षैतिज आरक्षण लेकर आ रहे हैं। हम स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी लेकर आ रहे हैं, हम स्पोर्ट्स कॉलेज गर्ल्स के लिए लेकर आ रहे हैं। ये सारी एक्टिविटीज़ केवल इसी बात के लिए है कि हमारे बच्चे स्पोर्ट्स के माध्यम से अपने आप को फिट रखें और साथ साथ में अपने आप को हिट करने के लिए विभिन्न प्रकार की अलग अलग स्तर पर जब आयोजन होते हैं, प्रतियोगिताएं होती हैं, उसमें प्रतिभाग करते हुए अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने सिटी का, अपने स्टेट का, अपने देश का और अपने पूरे अपने देश का जो है वह नाम रोशन करने का काम करे, ताकि उसके माध्यम से न जाने कितने लोगों को ऐसा आदर्श, ऐसी प्रेरणा मिलती है कि समाज उसकी ओर अग्रसर, उसके पद चिन्हों पर जो है चलने के लिए अग्रसर हो जाता है। तो यह अपने आप में बड़ा संदेश देने का काम करता है। वर्तमान की स्थिति में स्पोर्ट्स के प्रति दृष्टिकोण बहुत कुछ बदल चुका है और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाला वक्त स्पोर्ट्स के दृष्टिकोण से बहुत कुछ अच्छा होने जा रहा है। यदि सबसे पहला भाव तो यही आता है कि हमें सही रहना है, स्वस्थ रहना है, तो हमें योगा और स्पोर्ट्स अनिवार्य रूप से अपने जीवन में उसको सम्मिलित करना है। अंत में ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए, क्योंकि आपके और भी बहुत सारे सेशन हैं, उन सेशन में मैं किसी प्रकार की बाधा ना बनते हुए मैं यही कहूँगी कि जो आज यहाँ पर सभी यूथ अचीवर्स आए हैं, यूथ इन्फ्लुएंसर्स यहाँ पर आए हैं, अथवा जो पैनल में परिचर्चाओं के लिए प्रतिभाग कर रहे होंगे, निश्चित रूप से इस संवाद कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में आप सब लोग अपना बहुमूल्य योगदान देंगे। मैं इस Y20 संवाद कार्यक्रम के सफल आयोजन हेतु शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करने के साथ साथ में इसके परिणामों के प्रति भी मैं बहुत आशान्वित हूँ कि वे युवाओं को नई दिशा भी और दशा भी देने में सहायक होंगे। देश विदेश से आए सभी आगंतुकों से मेरा अनुरोध है कि वे परिचर्चा के साथ साथ में राज्य के आतिथ्य एवं प्रकृति के सानिध्य में परम पूजनीय माँ गंगा की आरती एवं आशीर्वाद का लाभ आप अवश्य ग्रहण करेंगे। और इन्हीं बातों को कहते हुए अंत में, बिल्कुल अंत में एक बात और कहूँगी। जिस प्रकार से स्वामी दयानंद पांडे जी ने यहाँ पर स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का जिक्र किया था, तो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के जिक्र किए बगैर Y20 पूर्ण नहीं हो सकता। मैं भी कुछ शब्दों में यही कहूँगी कि बहुत गर्व होता है कि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का जन्म 12 जनवरी को हुआ और हम लोग पूरे देश में 12 जनवरी को ही राष्ट्रीय युवा दिवस के रूप में हम लोग उसको मनाते हैं। और स्वामी जी निश्चित रूप से हर युवा के आदर्श हैं, हर युवा के प्रेरणा हैं। उनके कुछ कथन हैं, यदि वो अपने जीवन में हम सब उतारते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से स्वामी जी के मार्गदर्शन में आगे बढ़ते हुए जीवन की हर चुनौतियों का सामना करने की क्षमता और समाधान निकलने की क्षमता, ये दोनों चीज़ें जो हैं वो उत्पन्न होती है। तो सबसे पहला भाव मैं यही कहूँगी जो हम सबको प्रेरणा देती है, उठो जागो और तब तक मत रुको जब तक कि हमें लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति न हो जाए। दूसरी बात, जितना बड़ा हमारा संघर्ष होगा जीत भी हमारी उतनी ही शानदार होगी। और अंत में एक ऐसी बात जो युवाओं पर बिल्कुल सटीक बैठती है, संभव की सीमा जानने को केवल एक ही तरीका है, वह तरीका है असंभव से आगे निकल जाए। संभव को जानने का एक ही तरीका है कि हम असंभव से आगे निकल जाएं। इसी में सब कुछ है। इसी में हमको ये प्रतीत होता है कि वाकई यदि युवा में शक्ति है, युवा में दूरदर्शिता है, युवा में ऊर्जा है, युवा में कुछ कर गुजर जाने की क्षमता है, तो वाकई उसके लिए वह लकीर जो असंभव है उससे पार पा जाना ही वह संभव है। यह संदेश अपने आप में देता है। तो मैं आज Y20 के इस गोष्ठी के लिए मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए मैं डायरेक्टर एम्स मीना जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ और उम्मीद करती हूँ कि यह कार्यक्रम सफलतम से सफलतम रहे। निश्चित रूप से बहुत गौरव का क्षण है कि हम सब लोग आज इस समिट के माध्यम से बहुत कुछ हम लोग सीख के जाएंगे। तो मैं अपने शब्दों को यहीं विराम देते हुए सबका बहुत धन्यवाद कहूँगी। बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वैसे यहाँ जय कहने वाले स्वामी जी कह रहे थे कि यहाँ पे जो है हिंदी समझने वाले शायद हो सकता है कम हो, लेकिन भारत माता की जय कहने वाले बहुत है। तो भारत माता की बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Srimati Rekha Arya ji, for such motivating words.
The moment our audience has most eagerly been waiting for, an opportunity to put forth their questions to the esteemed panel. Now, before we begin with the formal interaction, there are some guidelines I would like to bring to everyone's notice for a smooth interaction.
The audience has the opportunity to ask questions they wish to any of our esteemed panelists.
Delegates who wish to ask questions should raise their hand and wait for the nearest volunteer to hand over a mic before asking the question.
Any question must be directed to at least one and a maximum of two panelists.
Each of our panelists is requested to answer the question directed to them in 2 to 3 minutes so that we can make the maximum possible questions within the allotted time.
The moderator for the session would be our very own Dr. Monica Patania, Additional Professor Geriatric Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh. Along with excelling in allopathic medicine as a lifestyle disease physician, Ma'am is a certified instructor of Sudarshan Kriya Yoga as well as a Ministry of Ayush certified level 1 yoga instructor. Dr. Monica's clinical practice and research focus on lifestyle-related and non-communicable diseases, rural health, and integrative medicine. With more than 100 publications and awards, Ma'am believes that integrative medicine promises excellent patient care and solutions to modern-day lifestyle disorders and epidemics. We are extremely fortunate to welcome Dr. Monica Patania to moderate the discussion.
We request Ma'am to kindly take over for the session.
Namaskar everyone. So we are blessed to have a blend of science and spirituality on this stage today. And as the brand Bharat, our country, has always been, spirituality and science have always been in hand to hand in our country. And that's what is going to lead us towards being a superpower in the world. So today we'll be asking, I'm sure you all will be very curious to discuss because it's a rare opportunity. So I'll be requesting, since we have limitation of time, so whosoever wants to ask, they may raise hand. Our volunteers will be giving the mic. They announce their names and they want to, and the name of the panelists to whom they want to ask. So are there any questions? Please give the mic there. You can come in front or there.
Hello. There is a burning problem for our youth is sexuality. There are a lot of kriyas in yoga which can give us solution of that. This Vrajoli and Sahajoli kriya, Vrajoli kriya for the boys and Sahajoli kriya for girls, can get rid of sexuality and the problem of sexual behavior. How much research we are doing in this?
Thank you, sir. Would you like to ask the question too?
Yes. I may ask this question to you only because you are heading the yoga center in AIIMS. And Swamiji, naturally Swamiji has much knowledge beyond this, my question. So I will prefer it to both of the Swamis who have given us the basic of yogas with the wellness and health.
Thank you. Swami Chidananji, would you like to answer? Swami Dayadeepanandaji will be answering.
When it comes to yoga and when it comes to research, I can say there are very few. And the answer is we are in the beginning stage. You take yoga mainly as asana and pranayama. There are many institutions. The one I know is NIMHANS Bangalore, where Dr. B.N. Gangadhar is very much associated with all these researches. A lot of publications are coming up and a lot of publications are under publications.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji. Next question, please. That girl. You please introduce yourself and then you ask the question.
Ma'am, I am Komal Meena.
You are not audible. Please. Speak loudly.
Komal Meena from MBBS student AIIMS Rishikesh.
Put mic.
थोड़ा
जोर से बोलो.
My question is to Swami Advaishanand Giriji Maharaj
and Swami Chidanand Saraswati ji
and Professor K.K. Talwar.
Professor K.K. Talwar.
Can you please share your thoughts on the importance of spiritual well-being to overcome self-doubts and growing psychiatric problems in younger population?
I think Dr. Gangadhar sir will be answering the questions regarding mental health. Sir, would you like to answer? After that.
I'm at the outset very thankful to you for bringing up this issue of accounting for spiritual health, promoting it, and for the well-being of young people. It's very important. All of us sitting here in the audience, many of you are medical students in your early 20s or before 20s, and it is very important to inculcate the spiritual health concept from this point of time, both for the purposes of the people whom you are attending to, the patients, and for your own welfare. And being spiritual is being helpful to the others. Swamiji already alluded to that, and in fact the statement is the only way, the only good deed that ought not to be missed is to be helpful to others. And that is the path for spirituality.
Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. K.K. Talwar, sir, would you like to please add? Swamiji, would you like to add? Sure.
My dear youth, I'm very happy that you asked this question. Today, the spirituality, when it comes, especially the young people, they are very concerned. It's very simple, my dear. Through skill, even our Honorable Prime Minister has brought the skill development program. Being skilled. It knows that being skilled will give you living. But if you want life, you need more than being skilled. Being skillful and being fulfilled, two different things. People are skilled, but they're not fulfilled. They're not happy. Through skills, you can fill your shelf of your almirahs to earn more. But not necessary that your self-will also is full. Through skills, through science, your shelf is full, and through spirituality, your self is full. If shelves are full and self is empty, you will never be happy. Spirituality teaches you 3H program, how to stay happy, healthy, and harmonious. If life is healthy, happy, and harmonious life, only then you can be, no matter where you are, you will be happy, you will be peaceful also, and blissful also. Otherwise, I have seen sometime, when the tufan comes, the bhuchal comes, the earthquake comes, means in our life, daily life, things may go up and down. The meditation is the one, spirituality is the one, you will not go up and down. Things may go up and down, but you will not go up and down. That's why, no matter where you are, Swamiji beautifully said, more meditation, less medication. It means, I have learned in the jungle that meditation is the best medication for all agitations. No matter what kind of agitation you have, problems you have, you need this touch. Meditation is spirituality. Spirituality is not just mere going to the temple, lighting the lamp. It is not mere spirituality. Spirituality is connecting to yourself, and then the same self is connected to the people and to the universe. That's why we talk about this nature, because first you take care of your nature, and then you can take care of the whole nature, the mother nature. God bless you. And this is yoga, this is meditation, this is spirituality.
Thank you, Swamiji. Dr. Talwar, would you like to add in this?
Well, as a student of medicine, today I think stress and strain is one of the factors which is important for, particularly for the cardiovascular problems. And I think stress and strain is important because you can't avoid it if you want to grow in life. But I think we need to train ourselves how to face stress and strain. And that is where I think the spirituality comes. That's why we say in medicine, it's not the body, mind, and spirituality. Spirituality in my science, and as a medical person, is mainly spiritual practices. And spiritual practices means that I think, as has been amply said, do for others, do as much as you can, sacrifice, have a tendency to sacrifice for others. This gives you a lot of satisfaction. Be a little bit away from the material facet. I think as we used to also sometimes working in the institution, you used to think, what is it? You have to travel from one city to other, whether you go by Maruti or you go by Mercedes, but you're still going. So I think don't be just occupied with material. Do what you best do for others. And there's another thing which I learned from literature, that be honest and fair in your dealings with your colleagues, with your around. there is a literature that people who are cunning, they get more heart attacks. So I think if you're honest in yourself, and I think that probably is, and Swamiji will sort of support me, that probably the body releases hormones. When you do these, you have the strength of spiritual habits in your mind. It gives you healthy hormones, which probably may be beneficial for your autonomic system, and I think you get more strength to face things. And I think similar also is a lesson for my medical professionals, my colleagues, junior particularly. I think there was a recent very nice publication in JAMA that most of us are occupied with academia. We are occupied, I must achieve this, I must go to this, I must have this position, this degree, and occupy this huge position in institutions. But at the same time, we should also be as professional, how good we are to our patients, how we much can sacrifice for them, how we sort of appreciate the soul. And I remember Gandhiji's once that any patient who comes to you, you should say he's giving you an opportunity to look after him. So I think in our profession today, we are very much occupied with academia, that achievement, but I think we should also not be strange from or not ignore our spiritual strength, which helps us to be a good professional and serving the society. Thank you so much, sir. I thought.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was very clear and very crisp. Thank you, sir. Any other one last question we'll take? Yes, please. Introduce yourself and your question.
Good morning to all the respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm Dr. Kedar from Seema Dental College and Hospital, Rishikesh. So my question is to Swami Chidanandji Maharaj ji. Sir, being in Rishikesh, what I have observed is when the youth, they come for the recreational activities in Rishikesh, so they are exposed to all the yogic and spiritual activities, but that is for a very short period of time till the days they are here. So what is your take on how to keep them motivated and involved in these activities throughout their throughout the days of throughout the year? And so how do you keep yourself involved in these activities?
First thing is, my dear, thank you for a good question. And first of all, let me make it one point. When you make it your priority, you will not only learn here in Rishikesh for 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, you will take this for your whole life. Number two, when you have your priorities set, suppose you want to take a flight in the morning, 6 o'clock, you are up 3 o'clock. You get ready, you leave for the airport and you catch the flight. Because the priority is set, I have to be there. The moment you set the priorities, you commit yourself. When you commit yourself, you are there. Number one, be there, set your priorities, and make your timetable. Have timetable for everything. If you start learning, doing meditation or yoga every day, believe me, when you will not be doing, you will be missing something in your life. So what you learn here for 2 to 3 days or 5 days, take back home, same peace, same serenity, and same yoga and meditation, what you have learned. And not only you practice, but teach your children also. This is very important. You can give your children anything, but teach them spirituality. That will be the best gift you can give to yourself and to your children. That is very important.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji. So this was our last question since we are running short of time. I know there are many questions, so we will always have their guidance. And thank you very much. I'll give it to the next anchors now.
Thank you, Dr. Monica, for moderating this wonderful interaction. It really did help us learn a little more from our panelists today. As we proceed towards the end of the inaugural interactive session of the International Holistic Health Conclave at Y20 Consultation, we would now request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics AIIMS Rishikesh, to thank the dignitaries through her word of thanks. Along with being an acclaimed obstetrician and gynecologist and serving as the Dean Academics of our institute, ma'am is also serving as the head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at AIIMS Rishikesh. As a clinician, ma'am has been engaged in pioneering work in high-risk obstetrics, maternal mortality limitation, cervical cancer screening, and postpartum hemorrhage management. A volume of over 80 publications in her name in national and international journals of repute. Her contribution to the fields make a clear statement showing no signs of deceleration. I now invite ma'am to thank all the dignitaries.
Mike? Now it's okay. Still it is good morning, so good morning everybody. After this interactive panel with eminent dignitaries, now I have given the task to do vote of thanks. In Hindi, we say, कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन एक परंपरा है, and उस परंपरा को निभाते हुए मैं सबसे पहले आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ Almighty God का, who have given such a pleasant weather and to strengthen all of us to conduct this holistic health conclave, and further we are having in line lot of events. So after Almighty God, I can express my gratitude to all the dignitaries who are my Gurujan present on the dais, and to acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make this event happen. I, on behalf of the entire fraternity of AIIMS Rishikesh, first and foremost, extend my gratitude to our chief guest, Srimati Rekha Arya ji, Cabinet Minister, Sports and Youth Welfare, Women Empowerment, Child Development, Government of Uttarakhand, and all the dignitaries to whom I can say guest of honors, but they are all my Gurujan, Swami Chidanandji Maharaj, Swami Dayadipanandji Maharaj, Professor Talwar sir, Professor Gangadhar sir, for taking out time from their busy schedule to grace this occasion. We all know successful leaders must have certain exceptional traits which serve as pillars of the foundation of successful leadership. With utmost respect, I thank the lady on this mission, who is actually the backbone of the conclave, who did not leave any stone unturned to make it a grand success. It is none other than our beloved director, Madam Meenu Singh ji. Thank you, Madam, for the vision and motivation behind this program. I further extend my gratitude to Sonkar ji. Without his support, this program was not possible. All the arrangements which we are seeing is the contribution with the help of Madam Arya, which Sonkar ji and our whole faculty did. Thank you so much. I further extend my gratitude to Dean Exam, Dean Research, Medical Superintendent, all HODs, faculty members, Deputy Director Administration, FA, SE, SAO, PRO, and all other officers who spare time to come and motivate us. I am really grateful to our previous faculty here, previous medical superintendent here, and now the executive director of AIIMS Mangalagiri, Mukesh Tripathi sir, who is present here all the way from that place. We are very fortunate to have a team of dedicated faculties, residents, and staff who work day and night and have given their best for the preparation of the conference of such a magnitude. Thank you all for making this event happen. I am unable to take the names of all the faculties here. It is not appropriate, but you all are done wonderful job, and I am really grateful to you. As co-chair of the event, I am deeply indebted to the international faculty who are present here, international delegates who are present here, to just prove that we are one. Our country is welcoming all the G20 delegates, and thankful to them for sparing valuable time. Our students sincerely worked hard for the day, and they are the real workforce behind the event. Thank you, dear students. Your enthusiasm is unparalleled. We are thankful to our office staffs from IT cell, photographers, and everyone who contributed for making this event a success. And last but not the least, I am thankful to all present here from different organizations, different colleges, who are, without their active participation, this conclave will not be successful. So we promise you now an excellent feast for next 2 days, means today and tomorrow. Thank you all once again for being here with us. Just say, we all are one. We all are one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your appreciating words. Even though, how much ever we thank our guests today, it would never suffice for the knowledge they have shared with us. But as a small token of appreciation, we would now facilitate our dignitaries with a memento.
We now request Professor Meenu Singh, Executive Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, to felicitate Srimati Rekha Arya ji with a token of appreciation. Next up, we request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, to felicitate Swami Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj with a token of appreciation.
We now request Professor Meenu Singh, Executive Director and CEO, AIIMS Rishikesh, to facilitate Swami Dayadipanand Ji Maharaj with a token of appreciation. Next up, we request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, to facilitate Professor B. N. Gangadhar with a token of appreciation.
We now request Professor Meenu Singh, Executive Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, to felicitate Shri Jitendra Kumar Sonkar ji, Director, Ministry of Youth and Sports, Government of Uttarakhand. We now request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, to felicitate Professor K.K. Talwar with a token of appreciation.
Photographs are known to capture memories. Since having both spiritual leaders and leading healthcare professionals from across the country on the same stage would be one of the most memorable days for many of our lives, let us capture this moment in a group photograph. I now request all faculty coordinators and protocol officers to join the stage as our dignitaries sit and we have a group photograph.
सभी लोग खड़े हो जाएंगे पहले संकल्प है उसके बाद I'll ask everyone to stand up please because this is a great opportunity to be together and feel one. If you feel one, you heal everyone. To feel the earth. We have worshipped the Creator for so long. Let us keep worshipping the Creator, but time has come to take care of the creation. And for that, I will ask everyone to अभी पौधे बाद में पहले हाथ खड़ा करेंगे लोग. I'll ask everyone to have the hands of each other and raise the hand that we are one family. क्या फर्क पड़ता है यार. और अब सबके हाथ में एक एक पौधा दे दें. One plant to each of us, one of us. I am very proud of our Honorable Prime Minister of India and our Health Minister of India, our Chief Minister of Uttarakhand have given this opportunity to bring people together from different nations as G20 and Y Youth. मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता है कि हम सब एक हैं and for this pledge that one earth, one family and one future. It means the power of oneness. Our scriptures has said so beautifully, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It means if we have to live together, we have to live together. The power of togetherness means oneness, inclusiveness, allness is the mantra of 21st century. And let us be together and save the climate, save the earth. If we see the threat of climate change and global warming, it's the only way is let us plant more and more trees, take care of our water and stop single-use plastic. And सभी लोग अपने अपने हाथ में ले लेंगे. भारत माता की, धरती माता की, वंदे वंदे. धन्यवाद.
Everyone kindly take your seats.
Thank you once again, all the dignitaries for joining us today. We now request our esteemed dignitaries to now join the audience and enjoy a spiritual retreat as two of the most calming forms of art come together as students of Divya Prem Seva Mission, Vande Mataram Kunj, are here to perform musical yoga.
जटाकटाह संभ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्झरी विलोल बीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगत् 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 ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणं मम
कौन है वो कहाँ से वो आया, चारों दिशाओं में तेज सा वो छाया, उसकी भुजाएं बदलें कथाएं, भागीरथी तेरी तरफ शिव जी चले, देख जरा ये विचित्र माया। संतति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपा कटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध बुद्धरापरि क्वचित् दिगम्बरे मनो विनोद मे कुवस्तुनि
जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत् कणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुरस्फुरद्वगुप्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतवर्तरे
चारों दिशाओं में तेज सब छाया, उसकी भुजाएं बदले कथाएं, भागीरथी तेरी तरफ शिव जी चले, देख जरा ये विचित्र माया।
दूर उस आकाश की गहराइयों में एक नदी से बह रहे हैं आदि योगी, शून्य सन्नाटे टपकते जा रहे हैं, मौन से सब कह रहे हैं आदि योगी, योग के स्पर्श से अब योग में करना है तन मन, सांस शाश्वत सनन सननन, प्राण गुंजन धनन गणनन, उतरे मुझ में आदि योगी, योग धारा छलक छन छन, सांस शाश्वत सनन सननन, प्राण गुंजन धनन गणनन, उतरे मुझ में आदि योगी, उतरे मुझ में आदि योगी। पीस दो अस्तित्व मेरा और कर दो चूरा चूरा, पूर्ण होने दो मुझे और होने दो अब पूरा पूरा, भस्म वाली रस्म कर दो आदि योगी,
जो ये सुंदर प्रस्तुति देख रहे थे, ये सभी बच्चे दिव्य प्रेम सेवा मिशन जो कुष्ठ रोगियों के बच्चों के लिए कार्य करते हैं, और इनमें से कुछ बच्चे ऐसे भी हैं जो लेप्रोसी पेशेंट के बच्चे हैं खुद ही, जो यहाँ पे पढ़ते हैं वंदे मातरम कुंज में। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत है सभी का। धन्यवाद।
Breathtaking is the only adjective to do justice to describe this mesmerizing performance. I am sure that we are all already recharged with the energy from the musical yoga, and none of us wishes to leave. But small breaks between discussions surely help us imbibe the knowledge better and make the most of it. As we disperse for high tea, I request our respected dignitaries to move towards the right of the stage for high tea as well as media bites. Faculty members and delegates and foreign delegates are requested to exit from the left of the stage and move to level 1 for high tea. I repeat, faculty members and foreign delegates are requested to exit from the left of the stage for level 1. Student delegates are requested to exit from the left of the stage and move towards level 2 for high tea. I request you all to return here in the auditorium by 12:20 a.m. to witness an engaging international Oxford-style debate between students of AIIMS Rishikesh and Veer Chandra Garhwali Government Institute of Medical Science and Research. Hope to see you all soon.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. a theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. a thriving global center of technology, and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs.
Students of AIIMS Rishikesh and Veer Chandra Singh Garwali Government Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Srinagar.
Without any further ado, we would invite Professor K.K. Talwar, currently the Chairman of the Board of Governors at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Mohali. Professor Talwar has been former Director of the PGIMR, Chandigarh, former Chairman of the Medical Council of India and the former President of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. Sir is a pioneer in cardiac resynchronization therapy, being the first to introduce implantable cardioverter and defibrillator therapy in India and South Asia. He established the technique of endomyocardial biopsy at AIIMS New Delhi and used this technique to evaluate patients with various tropical muscle diseases. A few accolades to Sir's name include Dr. B.C. Roy Award and one of the nation's highest civilian awards, Padma Bhushan. It is a privilege to invite him on the stage to chair for this debate.
Bringing years of expertise to the stage, our second chair for the afternoon is Professor B.N. Gangadhar. Professor Gangadhar is currently in office as the President of Medical Assessment and Ratings Board, National Medical Commission, Government of India. Sir was the former Director of National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, one of the country's leading medical institutions situated in Bengaluru, Karnataka. Sir has over 500 publications in reputed medical journals, many of them being on the role of yoga therapy in several psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia and depression. An awardee of the most prestigious Sir C.V. Raman Award and B.C. Roy Award, Sir is a pioneer in starting the integrative medicine at NIMHANS Bengaluru, the first institute of national importance in our country to establish the same. I now invite Sir on stage as a chair for the debate.
As we gear up for the debate, I take this opportunity to welcome our respected judges who enthusiastically accepted our invitation to assist the debate for today. Professor Sanjeev Kumar Mittal, Medical Superintendent and Head of Department of Ophthalmology at AIIMS Rishikesh. Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics and Head of Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, AIIMS Rishikesh. Professor Prashant Patil, Dean Examination and Professor of Physiology at AIIMS Rishikesh. Professor Manoj Gupta, ex-Dean Academics and Head of Department Radiation Oncology, AIIMS Rishikesh. Professor B.K. Bastia, Head of Department of Forensic Medicine, AIIMS Rishikesh, and Professor S.S. Handu, Dean and HOD of Pharmacology at AIIMS Rishikesh.
And now it's time to meet the most awaited debate participants. The team speaking in the favor of modern medicine would be Dr. Arpit Singh, MBBS Batch 2018, AIIMS Rishikesh, Dr. Vaishnavi Sharma, MBBS Batch 2018, Prableen Kaur, MBBS Batch 2022 from Veer Chandra Singh Garwali Government Institute of Medical Sciences, Srinagar. And the team speaking in the favor of alternative medicine and yoga would be Arpita Subhashri, 2021 Batch, AIIMS Rishikesh, Ayushi Singh, MBBS Batch 2020, and Ashutosh Mishra, MBBS Batch 2019 from Veer Chandra Singh Garwali, Government Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Srinagar. I warmly welcome both the teams to the stage, although I believe that the two are complementary and should coexist, but we would leave that to the debate to decide.
The debate would be conducted in international Oxford-style debate format, wherein Dr. Oshin Puri, MBBS Batch 2018, currently an intern at AIIMS Rishikesh, would be moderating the same. Now over to Oshin to introduce the format, rules, evaluation criteria, and to moderate the debate. Thank you.
Once again, a very good afternoon to the dignitaries, delegates, faculty members, administrative officers, and students of AIIMS Rishikesh. I, Dr. Oshin Puri, will be the moderator for today's debate, and the debate will move ahead in the Oxford format. The topic for the debate would be modern medicine versus alternate medicine and yoga. Please allow me to introduce you to this format of debate. The Oxford-style debate is a team-based debate where the teams will be presenting their stances as a whole. This debate will not move ahead in a speaker-based format. There would be 5 rounds, beginning from stance, first proposition, cross-examination, second proposition, and conclusion. I'll be explaining the content expected in each of these rounds as and when we approach them. The total time estimated for the debate is 26 minutes, and each round has been allotted a separate time limit. The speakers are requested to kindly strictly abide by the time limit. A bell will be rung 15 seconds before the time is up, and at time, a double bell will be rung. Any arguments made after the completion of time will not be acknowledged and will result in deduction of marks for exceeding time. Arguments put forward by the participants from either team are not the conclusions put forward by the House. I repeat, arguments put forward by either team are not the conclusions put forward by the House. The conclusions would eventually be put forward by the chairs of the debate. I would also like all the participants to take a note that at any point during the debate, you should not pass any derogatory or negative comments towards any person, institution, or belief. The same would result in immediate disqualification of the team and suspension of the debate. We would now proceed towards beginning the debate. I, as the moderator, with permission of the chairs for the debate, declare this debate open. We would begin with the stance from the team speaking in favor of modern medicine. Stance is given a total of 10 marks and 1 minute per team. In the stance, each team is requested to define the key terms related to the topic they are speaking in favor of, as well as provide their claim clearly. Over to team speaking in favor of modern medicine. Your time starts now.
Swasthasya swasthya rakshanam aturas vikas prashmanam. A very good afternoon to all the honorable judges, dignitaries and all the worthy audience. Today I, Vaishnavi Sharma, along with Arpit and Prabhaleen are here to speak in the favor of modern medicine. As I stated in the beginning, and I believe that this quote is taken from Charak Samhita. Now you would question that why I have taken this quote from Charak Samhita. Basically this quote believes that to preserve the health of healthy and to cure the disease of the disease is actually what the goal of medicine is. And there is a wrong belief in most of us that modern medicine is just about treatment of the disease. Well, it's actually not. Modern medicine also emphasizes on prevention, and it is also focusing on the complete physical, mental, social and spiritual well-being. According to World Health Organization, modern medicine is about the current state of medical knowledge, research and practices which are used to prevent, diagnose and treat the disease. And it uses a wide range of diagnostic technologies and a high quality patient care which are used and has actually proven to increase the quality of life and decrease the mortality rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Modern Medicine, for your stance. Now we move ahead for the stance from the team speaking in favor of alternate medicine and yoga.
Health is a state of complete physical, mental, social and spiritual well-being and not a mere absence of disease or deformity. Well, is this the whose definition of health? Wait. Turning the clock backwards to 1200 BC, this has been scripted in Sushrita Samhita, and when we aim at achieving this, there comes the role of what you address to as alternative medicine and what we address as conventional medicine, which includes acupuncture, osteopathy, Ayurveda, oriental medicine, herbal medicine, and the list goes on. Here, we focus on a holistic care. This not just focuses on removing the stress or the symptoms, but completely uprooting the disorder. A hearty afternoon to one and all. Here's Arpita, Ashutosh and Ayushi in the favor of alternative medicine.
Thank you to both the teams for presenting their stances. Now we would move forward to the first proposition. In the first proposition, either team are requested to explain in great detail the reasons why they speak in support of their topic. We would also suggest them to present relevant evidence in support of the reasons that they are giving. Each team will be given an ample amount of time, to be precise 5 minutes each, would be reminded to wind up at 4:45 minutes. Over to team speaking in favor of modern medicine for their first proposition.
Modern medicine has its roots from ancient times, but the development and evolution of modern medicine traces back to the key historical times. Yes, during the 19th to 20th century, modern medicine has progressed a lot. Many physicians have started using a more scientific basis for the effective treatment of diseases. Development of vaccines was a boon in modern medicine. Smallpox, which used to kill millions of people, is now completely eradicated from the world, thanks to the era of modern medicine. Nowadays, we are able to control a lot of infectious diseases such as polio, measles, and all this is because we have many methods of vaccination. Anesthesia has made the manipulation of human anatomy easy for surgery and surgical procedures. Despite this, discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming led to the foundation of newer antibiotics, which has helped the modern medicine to progress a lot and helped us to fight against the lethal communicable diseases. We have various screening tests and diagnostic tools such as CT scans, MRIs, and X-rays. These are some of the advancements which modern medicine have progressed, and it will be continuing its progress in the future too. Modern medicine has very effective treatments for diseases such as HIV/AIDS, also some cancers. Some of the cancers, if detected at early stages, are completely curable. And today, we have multimodality treatments such as surgery, chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and immunotherapy for the treatment of cancers. Unlike its counterparts, modern medicine is completely under the regulation. From the production to the administration of the drugs, the scrutiny ensures that each and every product to be released is completely safe. One of the greatest miracles in modern medicine is that of the gene therapy. It was first performed in 1990 on a 4-year-old girl, and she was completely treated of her adenosine deaminase deficiency. Gene therapy has literally proved a lot. And it is also possible in modern medicine that today we are able to detect the genetic disorders. Some of the detected genetic disorders at early embryonic stages are completely curable. Diseases like thalassemia, where blood is the only lifeline, modern medicine is completely helping us to eradicate it. Some people with disability, we have made them possible to come back on their feet and live a normal life free of disability.
And talking about modern medicine, how can we forget the most recent example of COVID-19 pandemic? Yes, modern medicine has played a tremendously gorgeous and miraculous role in controlling the disease, and at the present you know that the cases are quite limited. Starting from the production of vaccines and even the drugs. Now you might question me that a lot of drugs, even I think the maximum of the drugs were not even approved for it. So basically I'm not talking about the drugs that were used for treatment of COVID-19. I'm just saying the drugs that are used for reducing the severity and the hospital stay of the patients. Apart from that, ventilators and other technologies, the electronic devices that were used, and doctors were the ones, the frontline warriors that we're talking about, are the ones who were wearing that suffocating PPE kit 24/7 just for the healthcare of the patients. Apart from that, modern medicine has also played a great role in the public awareness, and telemedicine is something that has come to a great awareness during the time of COVID-19, where the patient could access the healthcare right from its home. And the concept of quarantine was also upgraded in the time of COVID-19.
Modern medicine takes its pride on being evidence-based. That is, the methods are being rigorously tested and by scientific research and clinical trials before being put to the patients and the masses. Moreover, modern medicine follows standardized protocols for diagnosis and treatments, which make it possible for healthcare providers to be held accountable for providing standard of care. Then, standard of care. So, if there is any negligence or malpractice on their part, they can be legally held responsible and face the consequences of their action accordingly.
Thank you, Arpit. Thank you, Team Modern Medicine, for your first proposition. I must say there were some really strong evidences in support of modern medicine there. We now move on to the first proposition from Team Alternate Medicine. Your time starts now.
जहाँ के कण-कण में खुद शंकर आकर बस जाते हैं, जहाँ के कण-कण में खुद शंकर आकर बस जाते हैं, जहाँ राम का कष्ट मिटाने को हनुमान पर्वत बड़ा उठाते हैं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं जहाँ माँ से बड़ा कोई नाम नहीं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं जहाँ माँ से बड़ा कोई नाम नहीं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं जहाँ सेवा से बड़ा कोई काम नहीं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं जहाँ सेवा से बड़ा कोई काम नहीं.
Standing by the holy banks of river Ganges, let's go back to Treta Yuga, wherein Hanuman was asked to be Sanjeevani Bhuti, before sunrise in order to treat Lakshman. Don't you think this was the biggest emergency in the history of India? This justifies the potential of alternative medicine in instantaneous therapy. Thus, it won't be an over-exaggeration to state that an Ayurvedacharya prescribing a Ayurvedic medicine in order to treat for a trauma.
I would like to state that Edison discovered light bulb, and with time, light bulb became CFL, it became LED, and then this became this medical pen. But did Edison say, Eureka, I have discovered the ultimate source of light? Or did he say that I have discovered the modern source of light? No. We still call them as artificial sources of light, right? It's like looking into the sun's eyes and telling it, my dear sun, you are just the alternate. You, sun, are the alternate source of light on this planet Earth. Because when you introduce us as the team in the favor of alternate medicine, I would like to raise a question. The word alternate came into existence in 16th century, and Ayurveda and other pathies existed in the 2nd century itself. So how can you call us alternate medicine? That is why I would like to raise this question, and we call ourselves as conventional medicine, and what you call as modern medicine, I rename it. I emphasize on this, I rename modern medicine as conventional modernized medicine, as it has taken its origin from the conventional medicine itself.
Giving an instance, the Salakya Tantra book by Dr. Verma has very well evidences and references of the fact that India did have treating centers prior to the fact that the invaders came and destroyed it. And this resulted in a dropping of India's lifespan to a tenure of 42 from a value of over 60 at the time of independence. What do you think? What was the reason behind it? Yes, it was the sheer negligence of conventional medicine. And that's the reason that we didn't even think of promoting it, nor did we do researches or surveys. But this is the reason that conventional medicine is just like a vestigial organ, which instead of being in use was degraded. But then again, it's a mortal effect. It can surely be eradicated, and let's make this conventional medicine the modernized conventional medicine. Well, there's a lot of truth. In the old adage, man proposes and God disposes. Today, with the advancement of science and technology, man can fly in the sky, sail in the sea, make the Sahara cultivable and even the Everest habitable. But he cannot conquer the irresistible nature which has its own way of elating people and corroding lives. He cannot triumph over the pathological diseases. This justifies the insignificance of modern medicine and its inexistence. Now coming to today's world, the dearth of varieties is in air, and man is making a rat race behind money and competition. Today, the lifestyle disorders of hypertension and diabetes are mushrooming round the globe. What do you think is the solution to it? Yes, it's lifestyle modification. Ahar, vihar, achar, or vyavahar. And let's not forget, prevention is better than cure, and it is better practiced than preached in alternative medicine, which focuses on preventing the very onset of the disease, unlike modernized medicine, which awaits for a sign or symptom to develop and then to treat it with a drug or surgery. Adding to this is the adverse drug effects, which just comes in handy with polypharmacy and allopathy. And then let's go back to the Sushruta, wherein we were made an ant's head to help form our wound, and that's what forms the basis of even the surgical techniques we use today.
Thank you, Arpita.
We would like to conclude in 30 seconds. Bharat ki
I'm
saansein
so
zinda
sorry,
thi.
team alternate medicine and yoga. You are supposed to include your conclusions within your first proposition.
Okay.
Nothing said after the time would be acknowledged. Thank you. We move on to the next round, that is cross-examination, informally known as rebuttal in other forms of debate. Here, each team will be given 3 minutes each to put forward their questions based on the first proposition of the opponent team. I repeat, each team would be given 3 minutes to put forward questions based on the first proposition of the opponent team. All questions must be put forward in one go, and in the following second proposition, the teams must address the questions put forward. I now invite team in favor of modern medicine for their cross-examination.
Well, there are certain questions that comes to my mind when I hear about alternative medicine, which has just now been changed to conventional medicine, right? So the first thing that comes to my mind is when things go wrong in alternative medicine, then the ultimate resort they see is the modern medicine. That is, thus there is a question being raised on their own individuality. For example, in the cases of the emergency condition, and we all know that it's the time of Char Dham Yatra, AIIMS and VCSG are both going to be the center for a lot of patients that will land up in emergency, right? So why is it that alternative medicine usually transfers the patient to the modern medicine? That's my first question. My second question is that I would like to give my own example that I've been suffering from DNS with CRS since when I was 11 years old. My parents firmly believe in the holistic approach of medicine, and I have been taking, I would not like to mention the name of the medicine because it's going to go against our team, so I've been taking the alternative treatment for like 8 to 10 years, and now finally when it comes to the time when I should have actually stopped the medication, I have to undergo surgery. I have to undergo septoplasty and FES. Why did they not tell me 8 to 10 years back? Why were they not sure about that I have to eventually land up in a thing which I'm not prepared for right now? That's my question, that why are the doctors not confirmed about the things that are going to come up in the future? My third question is, they already mentioned the use of acupuncture and acupressure in the alternative medicine. What about a patient who is having an undiagnosed bleeding diathesis that might undergo bleeding, right, after doing the acupuncture? And also, I personally do respect yoga. This has nothing to do with disrespecting it, but what about the people who actually don't know how yoga should be done? Like, you know, there are certain ways, there are certain teachers who actually teach how yoga is done in a proper way. And if it is not done in the right way, patient might land up with certain muscle strain or fractures or other things. So that's my next question. Apart from that, one thing that they raised right now about the Sanjeevani Booty, even me myself being Hanuman Bhakt, where is the Sanjeevani Booty in the emergency when a child lands up who has right now committed suicide and is about to die in the emergency? This is something that I've seen, and it's very pity to see the child dying. Where is the Sanjeevani Booty? I want the Sanjeevani Booty, to be very honest. And the last but not the least question, that it is such an ironical thing that you have such good opinion, such firm opinion my opposition team has, but still you choose to come to the modern medicine to pursue MBBS. Why is it so? Thank you.
Indeed, I must say, Team Modern Medicine has presented a very strong cross-examination, which might be hard for the Team Alternate Medicine to address. We'll now move forward to cross-examination of Team Modern Medicine by Team Alternate Medicine and Yoga. One thing I would like to emphasize again, this is not the time to give your second proposition or address queries raised by the Team Modern Medicine. It's time for your cross-examination of Team Modern Medicine. Kindly raise questions you have related to their first proposition in the following 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Modern treatment may act fast, but don't you think it is a short-lived relief? How do you explain its less effectiveness? The pain pill stops working after a while. You had to increase its dose. And my friend talk about antibiotics. So, just explain bacteria's developing resistance towards once powerful antibiotic, rendering it useless. Explain the tachyphylaxis problems. And in surgery, over a long period of time, hip replacement wears off. And the bypasses around the blocked arteries in heart get clogged. Panch Tattva, Prithvi, Pavan, Jal, Teja, Nav. We can't survive in a polluted environment. Then how can the modern medical practitioners call themselves health beneficiaries when the Indian medical plastic industry itself costs $156 million US? And adding to this,
was both the opponents, they said, talked about mutation, and they talked about mutation, but I repeat, mutation, but what's the major cause of it? It's again the ultraviolet radiations, the X-rays and the MRIs that we do today, which is a part of modern medicine.
So here we have our next question. A study in the Journal of American Medical Association estimated that over 1 lakh people die each year in United States due to side effects of pharmaceuticals. ये तो वही बात हो गई ना, लाल पीली गोली खाओ, उल्टी चक्कर मुफ्त में लेकर जाओ.
My worthy opponents, they quoted that alternative medicine has no role in the modern world. Then why do you think the allopathic practitioners, they prescribe Urograde in every kidney stone? Why is that a common phrase that drink a plenty of water and you'll just be fine? Isn't it a part of alternative medicine and not modern medicine?
We have another stance. Whenever you had cough, everyone had cough. So whenever you had cough, you must have taken the Ayurvedic syrup, honey dust. And who do you think prescribed this? Ayurvedic Acharya? No. It is prescribed by our modern practitioner, that is allopathic practitioner. So these people are taking syrups, herbs from our alternative medicine.
And then there was a huge mention about the curability of disease. But the main thing comes the prevention. Can't we prevent it before it comes up with various symptoms and signs? Yes, this is the major question. And next, coming to the recent topic, that's the psychiatric illness. Antidepressants.
Thank you, Team Alternate Medicine and Yoga, for your cross-examination. Indeed, there are a lot of interesting questions being put forward by either team, which might be really tough to address. So, let's move on to the next round, the second proposition. Let me introduce you to this round. In the second proposition, not only each team will have to answer the questions put forward by the opposite team during cross-examination, but they would also have a chance to redefine their stance. I repeat, they would also have a chance to redefine their stance and include or exclude whatever they deem necessary. For the second proposition, I first invite team in favor of modern medicine. Kindly redefine your stance, kindly strengthen your argument, and address the cross-examination in next 3 minutes.
Again, it's an irony that our fellow team did not listen to the quote we started with, our introduction. We firmly mentioned that modern medicine is not only about treating the diseases, it's also about preventing the diseases. There's a separate specialty called preventive and social medicine, or now currently known as community and family medicine, which focuses on preventing diseases, not just on a primordial level, but on primary, secondary, tertiary levels. We have been able to screen deadly diseases like cancer by simple techniques as pap smears or blood tests. We have been able to screen by using radiology, other pathologies or other anatomical defects that might come. As we also stated in our proposition, we can already screen embryos and neonates for diseases and cure them at an early level before it causes further disability. Moreover, you guys are now telling us that we are not alternative medicine, we are conventional medicine. First of all, medicine itself is a term coined by modern scientists. And now we are calling you alternative medicine because the systems that alternative medicine follows are in scientific terms, it's called complementary and alternative medicine because it is either used as a complement or as an alternate to modern medicine, because modern medicine provides the standard of care and everyone prefers it before preferring the alternative treatments. Then again, as you said, as we were talking about microorganism resistance and mutations, I would like to say that microorganisms are also organisms. They also develop like we are developing. Although, as in our conventional medicine, the drugs being used to treat them might still be the same. Modern medicine are still developing newer drugs and finding methods to test them to find what are the sensitivities, what are the resistance to adequately treat the infections and not just wait for the drugs to take over. Again, they also talked about radiation. Just to inform you, the radiation exposure to every individual and every healthcare professional is measured, and it is as safe as it can be by measuring the doses and by using newer modalities that uses scientific methods that does not use lethal radiation. We also talked about lifestyle modification. Lifestyle modification, I would say, is can not be just claimed to be a part of alternate or conventional medicine. We also believe, we have also proved that lifestyle medicine has been scientific and proven to cure diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Modern Medicine, for a very strong second proposition and addressal of the cross-examination from Team Alternate Medicine and Yoga. We now move on to the presentation of second proposition from Team Alternate Medicine and Yoga. I repeat, Team Alternate Medicine and Yoga to kindly redefine their stance, strengthen their argument, and address cross-examination from Modern Medicine in the next 3 minutes.
I'll answer all your questions, but there is one question that I'll not answer. That's Sanjeevani one. मैं राम पर लिखूं मेरी हैसियत नहीं है कुछ, तुलसी ने वाल्मीकि ने छोड़ा नहीं है कुछ, और फिर इतना बड़ा कोई कहानीकार नहीं हूं मैं, पर इस वतन की खाक से बाहर नहीं हूं मैं, पर इस वतन की खाक से बाहर नहीं हूं मैं. You asked us why things go wrong when you get treated by Ayurveda. मैं आपसे एक छोटा सा सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं. एक छोटा सा सवाल मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या मॉडर्न मेडिसिन में जब आप ट्रीटमेंट देते हैं तो चीज़ें खराब नहीं होती? मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि होलिस्टिक अप्रोच की आपने बात की कि मैम इज बीइंग ट्रीटेड फॉर डीएनएस फ्रॉम होलिस्टिक अप्रोच. आई माई सेल्फ अंडरवेंट septoplasty in the year 2017, and today I stand here again with a deviated nasal septum. So this stands in both ways. Now I would like to strengthen my argument by saying, if you say modern medicine is not derived, what you call modern medicine is not derived from the conventional medicine, why? There is a book on Samrat Ashok that says, अशोक ने जब धर्म की स्थापना की तो उन्होंने दुनिया का पहला अस्पताल खोला. इंसानों के लिए नहीं, जानवरों के लिए भी पहला अस्पताल अशोका के द्वारा खोला गया था. क्या वो अस्पताल मॉडर्न मेडिसिन का था? दूसरी बात मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपने कहा कि जब आप एक्यूप्रेशर यूज करते हैं, चाइनीज मेडिसिन का पार्ट है, जब आप एक्यूप्रेशर यूज करते हैं तो ब्लीडिंग डिसऑर्डर्स होते हैं, लेकिन जब आप ब्रेस्ट कैंसर के लिए दवाइयाँ देते हैं उससे जो जॉइंट पेन होता है उसका ट्रीटमेंट भी हम एक्यूप्रेशर से करते हैं, ये आपने नहीं बताया. मैं आपसे ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि मॉडर्न मेडिसिन इन इटसेल्फ is a derivation of the conventional medicine. The specific reason is that क्योंकि जब हम बात करते हैं होम्योपैथी की, there is an evidence, 1976 का printed evidence है कि जर्मन मेडिसिन जब होम्योपैथी डिराइव हुई तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने सिंकोना प्लांट की बार्क ली और उससे हमने मलेरिया को ट्रीट करा, और आज हमने उसी से दवाई बताई है और हम उसको मॉडर्न मेडिसिन की दवाई बताते हैं. How can you say that modern medicine is not derived from conventional medicine? I again strongly say that modern medicine is just a part of conventional medicine, and I redefine modern medicine as conventional modernized medicine. Thank you.
Indeed, another strong second proposition it was. I believe this debate can go on forever and ever because the systems might not run for supremacy, but run for complementarity, but run for synergism. Now, we'll move on to the last round, where each team would be given 1 minute to conclude what they finally stand for and close off the debate from their end. We now invite team in favor of modern medicine to conclude their debate in the next 60 seconds.
Ashutosh, you said such a nice poetry, and I really loved it, but I still did not get the answer of why I don't get the Sanjeevani in my emergency. I did not get the answer to that. And what he said about rhinoplasty, that was a very personal, that personally hurted me. And if it recurred to you, come back to ENT department, I'm posted there, we'll treat it. And as far as bleeding disorders are concerned, I did not said acupressure करने से bleeding disorder होते हैं. I said किसी को bleeding disorder है and then you're giving acupuncture. How will that be? मतलब how do you know beforehand that that person is having bleeding disorder and you're puncturing it? That will be more dangerous for that. So I just want to say that in a conclusion that the questions were not clearly answered.
And finally, concluding the debate, in India, we are proud to be in the process of scientifically validating and integrating complementary and alternative medicine practices to provide comprehensive and best health care to our patients until the safety and efficacy of these methods are proven, the question of their relevance still remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Modern Medicine, for your conclusion. We now invite a team in favor of alternate medicine and yoga to conclude their stance in the next 60 seconds.
हम भारत के वासी हैं, यहाँ धन्वंतरी का वास है, अमृता की प्यास है, पंचप्राणों का श्वास है, देवभूमि का आभास है, देवभूमि का आभास है. कुछ भी कहो, योगा में कुछ तो खास है, योगा में कुछ तो खास है. The practice of alternative medicine and yoga leads to the efficient functioning of the body with homeostasis through improved functioning of the psycho, immuno, neuroendocrine system. So it looks for your overall health. In end, I would like to conclude that everyone know that our country go under slavery due to divide and rule policy. So for this time, for our betterments, let's stay together. Take best from the each, that is approach towards integrative medicine, which means using conventional medicine in presence of light of modern medicine.
दोनों ही पैथीज को साथ मिलकर चलना होगा, तभी ये देश आगे बढ़ेगा. हमने पहले भी गुलामी झेली है, दोबारा नहीं झेलनी चाहिए. हौसला हमको ही करना होगा, बीमारियों से जमकर लड़ना होगा और धीरे धीरे ही सही हम भारत के आखिरी अंधेरे कोने में भी दिया जला देंगे और मिलकर फिर से इस भारत को सपनों का भारत बना देंगे. मिलकर इस भारत को सपनों का भारत बना देंगे. जय हिंद.
Thank you, Team Alternate Medicine and Yoga, for the strong conclusion. While this debate can go on for ages and ages, we are bounded by time. To formally close the debate, I now invite Professor K. Talwar to share his views on modern medicine and alternate medicine and yoga, and can they grow synergistically and multiply exponentially.
I must congratulate both the teams. The passion that you have shown, I think, is a huge experience. Now, as far as the two systems are concerned, I think what we have, whether we call modern system, whether we call allopathic, another whether we call Ayurvedic, we have Unani, we have Siddha, we have homeopathic. I think all these systems have come with some kind of philosophies. Each system has its own philosophy. I think the time is to integrate those philosophies where we can give best to our patient. Because I think each system, we know as a student of the modern medicine or a allopathic medicine, studied it and practiced it for so many years, we know the limitations also, like the side effect of drugs. I think the development which takes, and we know many drugs which have to be withdrawn. Probably some other system give more safety. And one more factor which now in allopathic we are trying to realize is precision medicine or personalized medicine. But probably this concept was there in the ancient system medicine. So I think all the systems have their own philosophy, and I think challenge to us is how do we use strength of each philosophy, each system to give best to our patients. I think so whether we belong to allopathic, whether we belong to Ayurvedic or other systems, the time is to how to integrate them in the benefit to the society. I think historically, no doubt, the ancient system has a very rich history. Even when we talk of transplant, they say Ganesha is an example of transplant of the ancient system. The modern has not, though somebody say, well, it's all hypothetical, how are we sure? But there has been strength. Only thing is, the modern system is practiced all over the world, most of the place. So the development of that is being initiated from all countries. Like if you ask me today, what is our contribution to the modern system of allopathic, is very limited. Original contribution of our society or ourselves, we are only following what has been done outside. But we know our strength of our ancient system of the past. There are examples. As a student or as a practitioner for so many years, I have come across instances where I think I tend to sort of even disbelieve. Recently, there was a patient, I had to take a few minutes. A professor of a university, a very eminent professor, had multiple sclerosis. He had it around 2000 early. And we know he was quite crippled. He only came to me for some treatment now, and then he narrated me this. And he said that he was probably went with a physician. He's walking about. I have talked to my neurologist colleague on this. So what I'm trying to strengthen, each system has a strength, each system has a merit. We have to salute each system because they have given tremendous kind of help to the bodies of the patients. So, but is a time that we need to. But I congratulate both of you. I am frankly for both systems, but I feel that we need to use strength of each system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking our debate one step even closer to a formal conclusion. Now, I request Professor B.N. Gangadhar, the second chair of our debate, to give his conclusion.
Yeah, this is a conclave on youth, so I don't know whether I will fit on this audience here. I congratulate both the teams. You did a wonderful job. And then they agreed to come together. Both teams said we should shake hands. I believe that is the right spirit. And my senior colleague did allude to this. It has to be an integrative approach. I have to mention a few things about integrative medicine, which has now taken roots in many big institutions, private institutions, medical colleges, research centers, etc., etc. It is not an issue of saying this or that. The times have changed. It is this and that. Unless we get the best from the east and the best from the west for the best interest of the patient whom we are treating, we will not be complete doctors. Just as much we are talking of holistic medicine, we should also be holistic doctors. So in this context, taking things together will be of great use. It has to be what we generally call as inclusive medicine, and it has worked. I have to say a few examples
have to say a few examples. I was halfway through my career as a faculty, and the head of the unit changed because the senior person retired. I was still a junior person, and the head of the unit changed. And we were just generally chatting because he was a new person. He had come from some other unit as a senior person to my unit, or where I was earlier working. We were generally chatting. He asked me, what have you been doing? I said, I have published this research, that research. For about half my career, I was working only with modern medicine, of course, electroconvulsive therapy, biological psychiatry, etc., being a psychiatrist. So when he came, he said, look, you should do something original. You should do something where your strength can be projected. West know the best about the modern medicine. What they will obviously not know is the what we may call as the traditional medicine. If you can research traditional medicine with modern science, you will probably make a best out of your research career. Lo and behold, the next 10 years, I published some papers on yoga, mental health, and so on and so forth. Today, I can say, amongst the top 10 highest cited papers from my research of about 400 odd publications, the top 10 highly cited papers, of which 7 relate to yoga and psychiatry. So, doing things together, blending traditional medicine with modern science, what we have learned in our medical colleges, we will probably bring out the best of a comprehensive integrative medicine. I wish all the younger colleagues here to subscribe to integrative medicine, which is going to be the order in the future of our medical practice. I thank the AIIMS Rishikesh for letting me come over here and share these few things. And I wish both of you all the best. I'm sure only one team will get the first prize and the other team will get the second prize. Nonetheless, I'm very happy that they have agreed to come together. And of course, we too don't expect any prize from the jury. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. One last time I would like to repeat that the stance of the House stays that integrative medicine is the way ahead. As the moderator, with permission of the chairs, I now declare the House formally closed for any further discussions on this topic. Thank you to both the teams and our chairs for this engaging discussion. I also thank the audience for their patient listening and enthusiastic cheering. With this, I hand over the stage to MCs for further proceeding of the conclave. Thank you.
As discussed before, that documentation is the strongest pillar of advocacy. It's time to formally document the discussions for the day. I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Oshin Puri, MBBS Batch 2018, currently an intern at Rishikesh, to take the lead. Dr. Oshin was honored as a health and well-being change maker and a top 50 finalist of Czech organization Global Students Prize 2022. He also led the Journal of Asian Medical Students Association in the capacity of editor-in-chief for 2 years and has been awarded the highest honor of AMSA International. Dr. Oshin has many grants to his name, some of which include AMEE Students Initiative Grant, the Kali Halt Fund, International Society of Human and Medical Mycology, the Young Researcher Grant of Indian Society of Medical Mycology, and Incision International Global Surgery Proposal. He was also a delegate to the WHO Regional Committee of Western Pacific and is a nominated member of American College of Surgeons. Now I request Dr. Oshin to take over.
I'm so sorry. Good afternoon once again to everybody. As we begin the conference with the discussion, the documentation is the strongest pillar of advocacy. So here comes our document generated from the International Holistic Health Conference over the past 3 hours. So first, I would like to take this moment to thank our rapporteurs, Sarish Ohri, MBBS Batch 2021, and Vinayak Kaushik, MBBS Batch 2019, for document each and every saying today in real time. I would request you all to thank them with a huge round of applause. Let us begin the summarization. As you can see that after the welcome of the dignitaries to the dais, lamp lighting and introduction, we had a welcome address from our very own Executive Director and CEO AIIMS Rishikesh, Professor Meenu ma'am. She cordially welcomed all the dignitaries who took out time to come and join us today, and also told that what is the importance of including sports and co-curricular to improve the overall health of the youth. Next, we had an address from Shri Jitendra Kumar Sonkar ji, who said that youth is the source of energy and motivation. We can't forget that how well he emphasized that the youth needs to work together and work together for the betterment of the country as well as the world's future. He also emphasized how the government of India has been working towards increasing the involvement of youth in policy making so that the youth can be voiced in future. Next up, we had Swami Dayadeepanand Maharaj speak on the role of spiritual health in physical healing. And he indeed gave us some very precious pearls of knowledge. As Swamiji emphasized that Panchakosha helps in integrating the mind, body, and spirit, taking one towards a better health in all domains of life. He also explained us the 4 pillars of lifestyle for wellness. Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga that help us recognize the inner true self and can only be achieved through practical Vedanta. Some interesting facts that Swamiji pointed out were the scientific benefits proven with yoga and spirituality. The neurological effects included a decreased sympathetic activity, increased parasympathetic activity, and thus the release of GABA. Endocrine effects of the same, as highlighted by Swamiji, were decreased release of cortisol, increased secretion of serotonin and melatonin. Next up, we got a chance to hear from Swami Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj. Having spent a lot of years of his life in jungle, he very beautifully gave us some jungle tips to help us survive in the maximum of health, even in the most adverse situations. These jungle tips were balance. Balance in everything that we do. Eat right and eat light. And the third one was time management and thought management. Indeed, in today's era, thought management cannot be emphasized more as we see so many mental health disorders increasing day by day. I believe thought management is the way out to a lot of things in life. And that is why Swamiji emphasized that one must act consciously to invite health and well-being in a greater sense. We then had an address from Srimati Rekha Arya ji. She pointed out that 15 to 20-year population includes about 16% of the world's population, which is indeed a big proportion. She also said that India is a country of youth, and through the Y20 summit that India is hosting under the G20 presidency, the country's youth can come together for the greater glory of the nation. She also emphasized how Uttarakhand government has been working towards development of sports in the state. Then we had a very interactive Q&A, which was moderated by Monica ma'am. And in this, we got to know a lot of interesting questions that the audience has. So first question was that while we are discussing about spirituality and holistic health today, what amount of research is being focused to generate evidence and publish it scientifically? To which Swami Dayadeepanand Ji Maharaj mentioned that the research is being going on in NIMHANS, Bangalore. Next up, we had a question on how holistic health and spirituality can help one cope up with self-doubt and growing psychiatric disorders in the younger population. To which the answers were given by a number of panelists. The conclusions of the same were, the only good deed you cannot miss is being helpful to others. Indeed, being helpful to others does not only invite blessings that help us through situations in our life, but also teaches us a lot about life in a greater sense. Being skilled and being fulfilled are two different things. Indeed, they are. So it is equally important to focus on skill development as well as feeling fulfilled, feeling happy, and living a happy life. Next up, we had a very beautiful saying given, more meditation, less medication, which also somewhere brings together integrative health, that meditation and medication together can take an individual towards holistic health. We also, as youth, should learn from our challenges in life. Instead of being disappointed by the ups and downs that come, we must take lesson from every mistake that we make. Be honest to yourself. Spirituality leads to release of hormones and neurotransmitters which improve health in the body. And the last question that we had was then answered by stating that one must start having priorities in life. Establishing what is more important for them and focusing themselves towards that is very important in order to maintain one's own happiness, maintain one's own fulfillment. Next, Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics of AIIMS Rishikesh, thanked all the dignitaries for taking out time and joining us today at the International Holistic Health Conference in the Y20 Consultation 2023 at AIIMS Rishikesh. Coming on to the very recent post-lunch agendas, we had our scientific session, which was a debate on modern medicine versus alternative medicine, where students from our own institute, AIIMS Rishikesh, and from Veer Chandra Singh Gadwali Government Institute of Medical Science and Research very enthusiastically stated their arguments in favor of modern medicine and alternate medicine and yoga. I'm sure you all enjoyed the debate, and it was very beautifully concluded by our chairs for the afternoon. Here are the arguments summarized. As team in favor of modern medicine said that modern medicine also focuses on overall well-being of an individual. Team in favor of alternate medicine and yoga said that modern medicine somewhere originates from Ayurveda in older times. During the first proposition, the team in favor of modern medicine said that today we are able to control various diseases that used to be deadly in the past. A few of them being HIV, AIDS, and cancer. And more so, they emphasized on the multimodal treatment that modern medicine offers. The same was also emphasized by giving an example of COVID-19, where modern medicine did really help us save a lot of lives in an emergency pandemic situation. Thereafter, standardized protocols and legal foundations in modern medicine were highlighted by the same team. In the first proposition, team in favor of alternate medicine and yoga said that we should rename alternate medicine to conventional medicine, because that has been our past, that has been our history. They also emphasized how today a lot of practices have lost their original sense due to a rat race of money and fame. Lifestyle modifications have always been a crucial part of treatment in our culture and would always continue to be. A number of questions were asked and addressed during the cross-examination and the second proposition. Thereafter, we moved on to conclusion by the chairs of the meeting, who very beautifully said how integrative medicine is the way through synergism of alternate medicine and yoga and modern medicine, because the end goal of all of us should be the best of the patients. With this, we reach an end to the International Holistic Health Conclave being conducted as a part of the Y20 consultation at AIIMS Rishikesh. I hope you all enjoyed this scientific agenda throughout from morning until right now. We all got to learn a lot about spirituality, about medicine, and also had some heated debates this afternoon. I hope that this session was memorable for you and the Y20 agendas ahead would be even more memorable. We would now now, as I reach the end of whatever I had to summarize for the past 3 hours, I would like to invite Dr. Monica Pathania, Additional Professor, Department of Geriatric Medicine at AIIMS Rishikesh. Okay, I'm so sorry. We'll have Swami Dayadeepanandji Maharaj once again on the stage to share a few words.
So, since we are sitting for a long time, so now there is time for a yoga break. So, none other than Swami Dayadeepanandaji, he will be leading us into simple yogasanas so that we gear up for lunch. We'll give caller mic.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? A pleasant surprise for me. I don't know whether it is pleasant surprise for you. I was just enjoying the youths, and at the outset I can say Dr. Gangadhar is more youth than a 20-year boy or old girl sitting there. Why I say if your back is straight, you are youth, right? So I agree that Dr. Gangadhar is still young and youth. तो सबसे पहले अगर आपको युवा बन के रहना है, आपके शरीर में ऊर्जा का चलना बहुत जरूरी है, प्राण शक्ति, the divine energy. As I repeat, energy which can neither be created nor destroyed. We are that. Can you experience that? Yes. How? By doing pranayama. If somebody says pranayama is just a breathing technique, it's wrong. Pranayama is more than a breathing technique. If somebody says asana is just a physical exercise, he or she is wrong. Asana is more than a physical exercise. Now, coming to asana, pranayama and meditation, I use the word dhyana. Body, mind, soul becoming one. May I know how many minutes I have? 10 minutes, okay. 10 minutes, we'll all get united by uniting ourselves. Let us unite ourselves with our own body, mind and soul. Can you do that? So wherever you are there, please stand up. थोड़े देर के लिए मैं तो बैठा था ना 2 घंटा, मेरा भी थोड़ा घुटना में दर्द जैसा महसूस हो रहा था. Do this. Your osteoarthritis of the knee is gone. But regularly, daily, Dirghakalena Nairantara Abhyasena, osteoarthritis can be cured, reversed. If at all you have, you can maintain without much pain. Similarly, just like this, shoulder, frozen shoulder, diabetes के वजह से no, frozen shoulder due to inactivity, sedentary lifestyle, cervical spondylitis, 40 years के बाद हर किसी को तो नहीं होता है 80 साल तक. अगर एक करिए, breathe in, go up, breathe out, go down, breathe in, go up, breathe out, go down, clockwise, anti-clockwise. The ultimate treatment for cervical spondylitis, the ultimate treatment for frozen shoulder. थोड़ा पीछे, breathe in, breathe out. Ultimate solution for low backache. Orthopedic surgeon, neurosurgeon is not the solution for low backache.
your muscles around your spinal cord have become weak. The more your muscles are strong, the more your muscles are flexible, you are free from low backache. Let us practice. Breathe in. Sharir man ko ek karo. Feel that your energy. Wow, amazing. Breathe out. है ना? मजा है. बैठिए. अभी थोड़ा बैठ के मजा लेंगे. खड़ा होके मजा हो गया? आनंद. We are talking about Ananda Kosha. Our real nature is Ananda, which is beyond pain and happiness. How to achieve that? Strong body and strong mind. नहीं आत्मा लभ्य, शरीर मन से जो भी कमजोर है उसको नहीं मिलेगा. बलहीनेन लभ्य. Scripture is told. So one should make his body and mind strong so that you will experience your real self, which is energy, which is beyond this. Let us experience that. Close your eyes. Breathe in. Take a deep breath. When you breathe out, say Om. Om. The focus is between two eyebrows. There the energy, Urja, Shakti. Breathe in. Breathe out. Oh, loudly. Wonderful. You are experiencing the divine within, the energy, Atman, Brahman, God, Ishwar, Jesus, Buddha, Allah. Again, breathe in. Breathe out. Oh. Now something more. This is called as Pranava, Omkara. Omkara is the highest medicine. Highest painkiller, analgesic. Now close your ears, close your eyes, say a humming sound, mouth closed Om, that is called as Brahmri. Do it. Breathe in, breathe out, humming sound. What a wonderful experience. The best positive hormones, instant relief. That's what yoga can do. Asana, pranayama, Brahmri. Let us breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Open your eyes, look at me. Dekha, headache gone, tiredness gone. You are experiencing the bliss within. Sharir, man, atma, ek hona. Body, mind, soul becoming one. That's what is yoga. Now let us practice Bhastrika. The best breathing exercise to make your chest strong. The best vaccination for COVID-19. Let us do it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Energy is flowing. Energy is flowing. You are feeling light. Do it. Kapalbhati. Tuck in your stomach. The solution for all the metabolic disorders. Solution for diabetes. Patient who required 300 units of insulin per day. Insulin requirement came down to 60. 240 insulin saved per day. That money, also money saved per day by right eating, right living, right activity. Kapalbhati is the ultimate solution for all the metabolic disorders. Central obesity is the root cause for more than 80% of the disease. Fatty liver, name the disease. Cholestasis, name the disease. Central fat, obesity, metabolic syndrome. The metabolic syndrome can be cured by practicing Kapalbhati. Breathe in. If you want a beautiful smile on your face, glow on your face, Kapalbhati. Bhati means light. Kapal means your forehead. Your forehead will shine if you practice daily 10 minutes Kapalbhati in the morning, in the evening. Can you do that? Do it for 10 seconds now. Breathe in. Just forceful tuck in your stomach. Close your eyes. The focus is on the nabhi. You are breathing in, breathing out, tucking your stomach. When you do that, feel that energy is flowing from the nabhi to all the cells. Every cell is getting rejuvenated. Every cell is becoming healthy. What we talk about, visceral organ fascia, fat, whatever it is, which is the cause for increased insulin resistance, can be cured. Kapalbhati can be the solution, practiced with right knowledge, with right technique. Let us practice 3 more seconds. भूख भी अच्छा लगेगा, अभी खाना रेडी हो रहा है ना. We'll get nice appetite. We'll enjoy the food better. Kapalbhati. Ujjayi pranayam. You want a good voice? You want to be free from hypothyroidism? Do practice this. Hold your throat tightly and breathe in. Kui, जब हम sound करते हैं क्या होता है? You hold your throat and throw out the voice. Now you breathe in and hold your throat tightly. Let us see how it comes. When you are doing for the first time, you will get little cough. So those who cough, they did sincerely. When you are doing regularly, you will not get cough. So for a better voice, for a divine voice, free from cold cough, free from hypothyroidism, you can practice Ujjayi pranayama, morning 10 minutes, evening 10 minutes. More the disease, more the dose, right? You are right? Let us practice Ujjayi pranayama. Close your eyes, breathe in. We learned few pranayamas. We learned few asanas. We learned few sukshma vyayamas. Before we do asana, we should practice sukshma vyayama, free hand exercise. Before doing free hand exercise, sukshma vyayama, if we do big tough asanas, we may injure. Half knowledge is dangerous, that's what said, no? So we have to learn. Learn through a scientific eye. That's my message. So when you are practicing, you are the better judge of your body. Listen to your body. अगर किसी को पहली बार कर रहे हैं, दौड़ लगाना है, एक ही दिन में 80 किलो से 60 लेना, नहीं तो नहीं होता है. You are weighing 100 kilos, your doctor said you have to reduce your weight by 40 kilos so that you will be better. It cannot be achieved in one day. You have to slowly, yatha shakti, yatha samarthya, understanding your body, listening to your body. These are the few things we have to remember when we practice Sukshma Vyayama first, then Asana, then Pranayama, then finally meditation. How many minutes we have for meditation, Dr. Monica ji? 1 minute. Last eyes close and meditate, then we go for food, okay? Okay. Okay. After this, one more session is going to be announced. So before that, let us meditate for 30 seconds. 30 seconds में आपका भीतर में एक आत्मा है, ऊर्जा है, उसको देख लेंगे. Sit straight, Sthira Sukham Asanam. Eyes closed for the outer world, open for the inner eyes. Deep breath, long breaths. Deep and long. Same thing without any noise. Deep and long breath, deep within. We are going to meditate in our spiritual heart, a heart just right to the physical heart, infinite space within. There, energy, God exists. Go and meditate on your divine nature, which is Satyam, eternal, which is Shivam, Sundaram, the beautiful, the blissful one that is you are. Daily, 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening. Let us meditate in silence and become a spiritual dynamo, just for 10 seconds. Om Shanti, 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 Hari Om Tat Sat, Shri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu. Once again, my heartfelt gratitude for the wonderful session that we have been enjoying here. I was just mentioning to Dr. Meenu Singh ji, I am not a guest here. I feel this is our own place, and I am so happy to see all the youths doing everything so meticulously. Can anybody imagine the report being done and presented to all before we leave the hall? No press reporter can be done. The best press reporter we have with us. the best anchor we have with us. So I take this opportunity to congratulate all the youths who are doing a great work, amazing work. Always keep the goal. As I said, renunciation and service, tyag or seva, that alone can make you the best person on the earth. If you want to become the best person on the earth, remember two words, renunciation and service, tyag or seva. Feel for the poor and needy, do serve and become the best youth. Namaskar, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Swami Dayadeepananda ji. It was truly energizing. It was like a high calorie, energetic dose for us. So we move on to next session now. For next session, Dr. Ananya will be joining.
In the word of Franklin Roosevelt, I quote, "We cannot always build a future for our youth, but we can build our youth for our future." Honorable dignitaries and delegates, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of the AIIMS Rishikesh, I am Ananya Madan, BSc Honours Nursing Intern, and I am privileged to welcome you all here amid the mountains and beside the holy river of Ganga to the yoga capital of the world. Our next event is graced by the presence of a speaker who has been engaged in marketing, sales, and business planning for market building automation businesses. He is the President and Group CEO of Asbel Corporation. He has worked to create new solutions, establish energy management businesses, and contribute to management of joint ventures. He has served as General Manager of the Corporate Planning Department, and since 2020, he has served as Representative Director President and led management as the CEO. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Kiyohiro Yamamoto, who is accompanied by Amok Saxena from MBBS 2021 batch and will be presenting him with a stool. He will be taking his session on the vital link between health and well-being and indoor environment.
Namaste. Main Kiyohiro Yamamoto. So thank you for inviting me. So first of all, I would like to express my appreciation for yoga practice. I did yoga this morning at hotel. So I enjoyed yoga lesson from you, so I get some energy. And also, I was very impressed by the debate session. Each team presentation was very good, so easy to follow, easy to understand. So I really appreciate both teams for the debate. So thank you for the invitation to speak at the Holistic Health Conclave. Okay, I'm Kiyohiro Yamamoto, the President and Group CEO of Asbel Corporation. I'm happy to be a part of the Y20, where youth are empowered as future leaders to raise awareness of global issues, exchanging ideas, and find common goal. Strong Anecdotal and empirical evidence suggests there are linkage among body, mind, and spirit. It can be influenced by four or collective dimensions: personal attitudes, personal behaviors, environmental attitudes, and interventions. Other researches also show that people without a strong life purpose were more than twice as likely to die from cardiovascular disease, and loneliness among heart failure patients can increase the risk of the death by 4 times and hospitalization by 6 to 8%. To balance various aspects in my personal time, I practice yoga as a way of life. I believe that yoga helps to promote my well-being and finding mind-body-spirit connection. So we also realize to improve health outcomes, innovation is necessary in many areas, including the business models, government policies, and creative ways of using technology like AI, artificial intelligence for holistic care outside the traditional healthcare setting. Today, I will speak on the topic of the vital link between health and well-being and indoor environment. So we spend about 90% of our time indoors, interacting with people and completing our daily activities. This is why awareness in buildings is important, as the quality of the indoor environment can significantly impact on health and well-being. For example, in an office building, so we will take 2 million breaths in a typical year. The pandemic came and taught us a valuable lesson that surroundings affect our health and well-being, with buildings playing a central role in the spread of disease. According to the Harvard Business Review studies, one study of the young adults found that even 1 Fahrenheit deviation from an optimal indoor temperature came with a 2% decrease in output. In another study, our research found that 57% of all sick leaves was due to poor ventilation. A poor indoor environment can lead to respiratory problems, fatigue, headaches, and eye strain. This condition is known as a sick building syndrome. A study showed that workers reported more headaches and worked 6.5% slower on a typing test when they were in an office with a pollution source, for example, dirty carpet. Biophilic design principles contribute to lower blood pressure, lower heart rates, and better performance on short-term memory tests. If operated smartly, healthy buildings can help us fight against diseases. A healthy indoor environment should have adequate lighting, good air quality, and comfortable thermal environment. This can be ensured through using the WELL building standard, which enhances the connection between building and human health. WELL recommends to maintain a relative humidity in the 40% to the 60% range in indoor spaces, which can help slow the spread of virus. WELL-certificated buildings enhance employee retention by providing a better working environment, and in a hospital setting promotes the speedy recovery of patients. A healthy indoor environment with good lighting, air quality, and thermal environment can enhance physical and mental well-being, increasing productivity and improve occupant satisfaction and comfort. These benefits can be gained through using smart building automation controls to operate the indoor environment. To protect indoor environment against disease, it is important to implement healthy building strategies. This includes using building automation controls, touchless technologies, and enhanced disinfection protocols. Based on Harvard's business reviews studies and financial simulations, investing in healthy buildings pays off. For example, a higher ventilation can result in estimated benefit for $6,500 and to $7,500 dollars per person per year. Investing in healthy building operation is necessary. Smart control technology can be used for promoting healthier indoor spaces. These technologies use sensors, data analysis, and automation to optimize energy efficiency and reduce costs, while improving indoor air quality and occupant comfort. During healthy emergencies, health institutes can implement building automation technologies that also act as countermeasures for preventing airborne diseases transmission indoors and promote a healthier indoor environment for occupants. As our population increases, so does the demand and capacity of the healthcare industry. A healthy indoor environment becomes more essential in the healthcare industry. So we must prioritize the health and wellness of occupants in healthcare buildings, including patients, staff, and visitors. I would like to highlight an example of using a building automation solutions at Kanazawa University Hospital in Japan. So our pandemic-ready solution, airflow control system, can switch a normal patient room in a hospital to an airborne infection isolation room by controlling the room pressures, lowering it to achieve negative pressure. The central air conditioning system can be designed with infection countermeasures functions that optimize airflow, purity, the air, and lower the concentration of airborne virus, thus reducing the spread of the infection diseases. There is a vital link between the health and well-being and the indoor environment. Prioritizing healthy indoor spaces benefits occupants, promoting well-being and productivity. This can be created through an innovation ecosystem that encourages all stakeholders, which considers all processes and influences factors. With that, please remember to prioritize your health and the buildings in which we work, live, and play. Let's empower all our youth and work together to pass on a safe and healthy earth to the next generation. As it is said, so we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. So we have to pass our earth safe and good place. Thank you for joining me today. Dhanyawad. Thank you very much. Okay, just a bit. I will see. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. It is now time to honor our guest. May I please request Professor Meenu Singh, Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, to felicitate Mr. Yamamoto, sir, with a memento. She is accompanied by Yukta, BSc Honours Nursing 2K20 batch student.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request you kindly take your seats on the aisle. Now it is time for lunch, which is arranged outside the auditorium. I request all the delegates to proceed towards level 2, and for all the faculty and guests, it is foreign delegates, it is arranged at level 1. Thank you, everyone.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. and the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derived the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derived the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, And as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, One Earth, One Family, One Future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, One Family, One Future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, One Earth, One Family, One Future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, One Family, One Future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. a theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions and customs. a thriving global center of technology, and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One Earth, one family, one future.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the
internal medicine, but I have over the years seen a lot of role in alternative, complementary, integrative therapies in the role of, they have a big role in improving outcomes on our patients. So my first, panelist, I would like to direct these questions to Jeeva Hammond. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, what is actually the definition of an addict in your experience?
In my humble experience, an addict is a person, first of all, addiction is a disease. That's something that is not recognized. Although it is medically recognized, it is not recognized by a lot of people. It is looked at as a moral deficiency. And we need to be clear that it is not a moral deficiency. So we have this disease of addiction, and basically what addiction is obsessively and compulsively doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results and not being able to stop. That is addiction in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nicely explained, ma'am, and I think this is the best way to start with the discussion. So, going forward, I would like to pose a question to Dr. Saraswati Hegre. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So, as I got an opportunity to listen to this debate which was going on in the first half. So, it was a debate between alternate medicine and on the allopathy or the traditional and the so one point which came forward was that whether alternate therapies are good enough for chronic and all those genetic diseases. So my question to you, ma'am, can healing cure, or how will it affect the chronic diseases? Turn it on. Try it again. Yes, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Namaste, everyone. Yes. First part, let me explain what in the morning Swami Dayanand mentioned about. We have 5 layers of existence. Annamaya Kosha, that is physical body. Pranamaya Kosha, that is energy body. Then Manomaya Kosha, the body of thoughts and emotions. Then comes Vijnanamaya Kosha, the body of intellect or the body of wisdom. Then comes the body of bliss, that is Anandamaya Kosha, or the body of contentment. Any disease manifests in the physical body, but the root cause may be in any of these bodies. Somebody may be having a very chronic challenges in their emotional body, maybe disease manifested in the physical body. Most of the time, they can recover themselves. Whatever the treatment you give, either it is allopathic or Ayurvedic, whatever it is, it's all supplementing, complementing. The natural original healing capacities are the ultimate. When we enhance that ability, it can treat chronic or acute or even critical cases. With one simple example, I'll try to answer this. During pandemic, in AIIMS Rishikesh itself, one of the junior resident was admitted for COVID positive. His CT score was 24. His X-ray was really very bad. I got a call from one of my known contacts from AIIMS Rishikesh. His parents were called because of his critical condition. What best can be done? You know, people know when we do healing, people try to contact us. Immediately I asked his number and called that JR who was admitted the critical care unit. He was not even able to talk with the in spite of having continuous oxygen support. Then I asked him to check his oxygen level. I made it very clear to him, I will heal your different layers of the bodies so that you can you can check your oxygen level immediately after the healing. It was a 10-minute session. You know, as a medical doctor, how your logical thinkings are? Not easy to believe at all. When the whole system is treating you and somebody is trying to tell you something outside, not even seen, is it easy to believe? It was not so easy. The same thing happened, but after the 10 minutes I would say, 10 minutes of the treatment, his oxygen level went up to 95. In 2 days' time, he was discharged.
Wow. So it's a wonderful example to explain actually how it worked, and I think example of COVID-19 is something which is so recent and everybody can relate to it. It has touched so many lives. So beautiful example. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that excellent sharing that data. It's so profound. Thank you. Questions for Dr. Dar. What is neuro-linguistic programming in simple terms?
Neuro-linguistic programming in simple terms, I can say it's a combination of 3 words. Neuro, then linguistic, and then programming. If we go to the first part, that is neuro, neuro is related to your nervous system. So, what we can say that if we divide our nervous system into 2 parts, one hardware and another software. So, the hardware is our sensory organs and brain and nervous system with nerves and spinal cord. You know, these are the things which are the hardware part. And then the software part is simple mind. We don't have any control to change the hardware, but there is possibility and there are techniques that we can change and upgrade the software, which is mind. So the neurons are storing each and every experience and each and every information what they get through the 5 senses. So neurons are there storing each and every bit. When we communicate and when there is a time that you store these things and you have the need to understand what are they. So they will get along with them, the limiting factors like what they have experienced in their life. The experiences can be any bad experiences, or they can have any memory along with that. So that is the neuro part. Then we will go to the second, that is the linguistic. Linguistic is to do with the language. Communication is the most powerful, you can say, powerful field in the realm of communication and language. Basically, language is a part of communication where it's not comprised of only the language, what we understand. It's the use of words along with the tone of voice and the body language. You know, all the three combine together to create the memories. So once we have the communication skills, we can even distance someone, or we can even get someone closer to us. It's just through the communication. And once we have these mental patterns created because of the language and the neurons together, because the neurons are the messengers, and the language sends the message. So they are connected. Once they are connected, all the messages and all the communication through the language goes to neurons. And once we have both together in same setup, they create these mental models and patterns. And once the mental models and patterns are created, it is possible that we can reprogram them. And that is the NLP. Then the third, there is one more component. Then the third is our programming. Programming is like a code. You know, you can use a code for your mind so that it gives you output.
This is like
what you desire.
A computer or a something.
Yeah, same. It's like you want to give a code, you want to use the code because you want a particular output from it. So it's like that, because programming of mind can control everything like our emotions, our behaviors, our thoughts, everything can be programmed. And indirectly, they are programming our life, that they are programming our health, wellness, and all the aspects of life. So it's an indirect way. So in a way, you can say NLP is a bridge which can take you from where you are right now to where you want to be.
Wow, that's amazing.
So anyone who wants to master the mind, and anyone who wants to understand his the best potential can use NLP.
So we can we say, like, as we program a software to direct it how to work, similarly we can program our own mind with the help of neuro-linguistic programming, and we can actually modulate, regulate our own health, our own emotions. So
yes, that's the main point, because through the language and through the NLP techniques, we can actually literally change what is already a mind pattern.
Wow, that's beautifully defined, and I'm sure our audience have gathered enough information regarding NLP, and they are preparing more questions for Dr. Dhar now for the second round. And ma'am, if you allow me, I'll move forward to Mr.
Please,
Nishant.
please.
So Nishant, I'm actually looking forward to this movement, asking so many questions to you. Because this field of aura, when I read your profile, so this word aura, it fascinates me a lot. So I'm sure this is same case with all most of the people in our audience. So there are so many questions which are coming to you. I hope you are ready.
I'm ready.
So first question I would like to ask you is, how can you relate aura to health, and can it be used for preventive purpose, specifically in the modern medicine?
Okay, so I think I'll start with posing a question to the audience that, have you ever met someone and you instantly felt connected to them or felt totally negative around them? Anyone ever felt this? So most people talk about vibes of a person. So that's just the layman's understanding of these vibes. But from a spiritual point of view, what you know as vibes are aura, right? Is the aura. And aura, like Dr. Saraswati said, there are 5 layers of energy around us. Like we have physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and astral. Imagine it like a field of energy around you. So anything that has to come to you has to pass through these 5 different layers. So if you're feeling sick, that is quite possible because your energy is disturbed. Even all the viruses, all the infections first appear as an energetic disturbance. Let's call it spiritual immunity. Like if your immunity is weak, you are more prone to diseases and infections. If your spiritual immunity, which is the aura, is weak, then you're more prone to diseases, not just from the physical level, but since aura has 5 layers, then mental health issues, emotional issues, spiritual, where you talk about intuition, connection, spirituality, or anything can actually be mapped out by looking at the aura of a person. In fact, we are fortunate that we have so many scientific technologies now. For example, I'm wearing a band right now, which is calculating what my energy is, what my aura is. And I can look into my tablet and see if my aura is positive right now, negative right now, and that gives me an edge because I can manipulate my emotions, my feeling, what I think, and that will instantly affect my aura. So that means I can change my immunity from a low band to a higher band when I'm able to see it in real time. Like doctor does X-ray, maybe this is a spiritual X-ray that we all have ability to.
Can we say that aura is a diagnostic technique as a CT scan or MRI?
Yes, in fact, in Ganga Aarti Hospital in Delhi, there's an alternative medicine department. They have this technology called polyinterference photography. In that, they use the human aura imaging system to see what is happening inside the body. And then they're able to diagnose that are the organs healthy? Because if they're healthy, they will produce enough light of its own, which is called the aura light, right? And then we're able to see the patterns of energy. And then the doctors can actually diagnose the problem before it happens, So it could be a very, very good preventive measure to prevent illnesses before they happen, because it takes about 5 to 6 months on an average for the disease to come from the outer layer to the innermost layer, which is the physical body.
Wow. That's really, really interesting.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I was just wondering, is the aura reading similar to biofield technique?
Yeah, so biofield is the same thing, which is the scientific term given to aura. So aura is a spiritual name. Scientific, it's bioelectromagnetic field. Why electromagnetic? Because it has a power to attract things. So the day that when you don't want to get stuck in a traffic jam is the day when you get stuck in traffic jam, because this field attracts situations, events, people in your life. So that is why you have to be really sure of what you're thinking and what you're feeling, because you're unconsciously programming your aura all the time. And most of the time, you're attracting the things that you don't want,
That's the subconscious mind playing.
Correct.
Right?
That's how all these things, fit
That's
in.
really interesting, Nishant.
Thank
and
you.
just be ready for many more questions. You'll be bombarded with many more questions. So
thank you
if you allow, we can move forward to Dr. Sheetal Soni, because I have a special question for you, ma'am. Because when I was going through your profile, you have done so much work on behavioral patterns and all. So my question to you is, how are behavioral patterns, they actually regulate our everyday behaviors and our lives, and how they are connected to our chakras or the energy centers?
All right. Now that's an interesting thing, because most of our lives are governed with the behaviors.
everything around us is how we behave, who we are, how we react, and you know, how we want to be. So it's actually a story building which is happening, you know, I'm liking it so much, the flow is so beautiful. So now coming to all of it, you know, after programming, after aura scanning and everything, there comes a behavior. So now, how many of you have heard of a fish and a pan story? Fish and pan. Anyone? That will also give me a reality check who all are awake. Okay. So I'll tell you a short story before I begin on that how it is connected to the chakras and all. So there was a little girl and she was just checking with her mom that, you know, my mother, you know, everybody in my school gets a tiffin box in which they get a fish. And that is a whole fish. Why is it that I get a fish which head is cut and the tail is cut? You know, is there some medical reason behind it, that are there others who are not doing it rightly, or are we not doing it rightly? So the mother said that, I actually don't know, my mother used to make it like that, you know. So she went to her grandmother and asked, then grandmother, that what is it that we are the only ones who are cooking our fish like with the head and the tail cut, and everybody else is getting a full fish, why? So she says, even I don't know, it's my mother who used to make like that. And then fortunately for her, her great grandmother was alive. She went and she asked that, why are we like this and why are we different from others? She said, my dear little one, we were very poor and we had only this size pan to cook the fish. The only reason I had to cut the head and the tail was because of the size of my pan. It has got nothing to do with, you know, what will happen, it is a bad omen, it is a good omen, is it a medical reason, nothing. She says, this was my size of the pan. But then that became a behavior. Nobody questioned that behavior, that why are we doing this in a certain way, that, you know, even in most of the Indian families, it's been said that we cook a food in a certain way. And if sometime, if you put turmeric in one of the bhartas, if I say, or some rajma, oh God, we don't cook like that. Says who? Like, we like it that way, so let's cook it like that. I feel like having pasta with a roti, why not? You know, so these are all behavior patterns we're talking about, and this is all coming from the beginning, and that's how the journey of chakras also start, you know. So again a question again, how many of you have heard of chakras? Oh, I like it. That's a buzzword, huh? How many of you have understood chakras? Lovely. How many of you are actually understanding which chakra I'm living through most? Lovely. I'll connect with you later because there will be a lot of questions for you too. So I'll let you know. So there are 7 chakras, the 7 main energy meridians in the body, the chakras which we call them, the wheels of life. There are many. So there are supposedly 72,000 plus nadis in the body. So these chakras, the 7 main chakras are kind of your distribution system for the whole body, you know. So they are the energy distribution centers. And if I look at it from a very layman's perspective, in a very simplistic way of, let me tell you how you grow through chakras. So your root chakra, which is near your genitals, you know, in your groin area. So that is your root chakra, right? Now that is a root chakra. Why we call it as a root chakra? Because that is the root of your existence. That is your foundation. That is where you're born from. So when you're born, you're mostly living in your root chakra because you've just come into this world from the womb, you know, and you've just seen the world and you're kind of in fear that I was now inside the womb of my mother, now I'm outside. So the fear energy what you carry in your system till today also comes from that time when you were born and you felt disconnected suddenly, and then you felt that, and then you have a fear of insecurities always. You're mostly living in insecurities and fear. When your foundation is not strong, your foundation also comprises of your body structure, your bones, you know, your other elements which are solid, you know, which are hard. So all these things are coming from the root chakra. So then you come, once you're born and you've experienced all this, okay fine, I am in this world, then you gradually move on to the sacral chakra, the next level chakra, which is just 4 inches below your navel. That is a chakra of desire, we call it, you know. That's an orange color chakra, which is why we say orange color, probably which Nishant would be able to tell, because the aura colors and the chakra colors, even the Vibgyor colors, every color is associated to one of our chakras too, by the way. That is a long story, so this is not the right forum for that. But then in sacral chakra, once you are born, then comes the desire to touch and feel everything, right? You want to touch, you want to feel, you have desires to do something in life. Now I am in this body, what do I do with this body? I want to experience, you know. Now you want to explore more and more. Then comes, once you have explored and tasted the food, you know, you like the food, it's delicious. Everything you start liking, tasting, desires start increasing, I want more, you know. And then in that, suddenly you come to your solar plexus chakra, which is in the center, 4 inches above your navel, right. Then comes your solar. When I say solar, like a solar system, this is the energy zone for rest of the body. This is an energy center. From here you are distributing to the rest of the body, and there comes your power, because solar is a power. Now coming to the power zone, how many times have you got into a situation where you are indecisive? What should I wear today, you know, or what should I buy? Should I buy this, should I buy that? How many times confusions happen in daily lives? Should I do this, should I not do this? Okay, you decide for me, you know. Why don't you choose for me, what should I do today? You know, why don't you do it for me? Or all these things again come from your solar chakra. Why? For example, you know, when you were little and you parented, when parents are there telling you, choosing for you all the time. Okay, beta, today wear this color, is looking very good on you. And the child starts believing that yes, this color looks good on me because my mama tells me. You know, but that's not the truth maybe. Then again comes that, you know, there's another thing which you want to choose. What should I study? Should I study this or that? My heart may be telling me something, but I'm still looking up to my parents. Can they choose for me? You know, I'm giving away my power to them. My solar plexus chakra is becoming weaker and weaker. You know, I'm giving away my power to choose to people. Choose for me. Should I go left or right? Should I wear this or that? Should I eat, do this or not? You know, so there's so many things, we are giving away the power. Hence, people with a lot of gut issues, you know, they are all governed by this because they get nervous. Again, your root chakra starts coming into the play. They are fearful of making those decisions, whether it will be right or wrong, and then you start having all those gut issues. I can go on and on about all the chakras, but because of the time paucity, I'll park it here. But then having said that, this is how you will know which chakra you are living from. Are you like having maximum desires and not being able to flow with the flow of life? In the sacral chakra is all the reproductive organs and the maximum water bags are there, right? And which is the second chakra. You are unable to flow with the flow of life and then having too many desires which become a staller for you, you know. So, and then again losing the power or probably wanting to gain more and more power to fulfill those desires. That makes a behavior pattern in your life. So, the question here is always come back into a why analysis. Why am I like this? You know, why it was like this, like that kid did, you know, why were we cutting the head and the tail of the fish? Why, till your whys are finished. Then only you will come to know why you were in a certain way. So, always whenever you are in a behavior and you subconsciously realize that this is not the correct behavior I am into, do a why analysis on yourself.
So we can say that if we actually understand our own behavior, we can regulate our own health by concentrating to that particular chakra and making it, balancing it, bringing it to the right vibration or oscillation. Absolutely. So we can regulate our own health. And it's vice versa as well. If we are able to see by the help of aura what are the vibrations and what is the speed of the chakra, we can actually, if we are not able to recognize our own behavior, we can actually come to know what kind of behavior is there. Like it came in addiction. Addiction is also a kind of a behavior in which we are already stuck. So
why do you want to get stuck to something? You know, so why don't let go? You're unable to. Again, the sacral chakra, you're unable to flow with the flow of life.
Yeah. So everything is so connected. It's so flowing beautifully.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah. And the fears are also residing in your kidney, and you know, hence you get the kidney stones also.
Yes, you agree, Dr.
Yeah, actually there are peer-reviewed journal articles which show that people who are equipped with some kind of spiritual practice they've been shown to live 7 to 13 years longer than people without spiritual practice.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, it's very, it's a glaring finding in many, retrospective studies and scientific literature, medical scientific literature. So,
absolutely.
And the other part of it is the recent neuroscience research shows that the heart sends more impulses to the brain than the brain sends to the heart.
Which is a true study. You know, when we get into chakras and auras, this is also one of the things which we find out, that your heart is a connector between your survival chakras and your higher chakras. That's a connector.
Yeah, so in our research we completed at AIIMS, we measured heart rhythms as a result of chanting mantra. What happens to the heart rhythms? That was, we concluded that study recently here. And Dr. Saini was in the ethics committee before we got that approved. Thank you for that. And we'll go to the next Dr. Maji. Thank you for being here. Just wanted to find out what is the role of yoga and meditation in cancer care in your experience.
Yeah. So we all know that cancer is a disease which is very fearful for any person when it is diagnosed.
You can't hear you.
Your mic is not.
Just
So we all know that the cancer is a fearful disease for everybody when it is diagnosed, and the treatment is very long term. So whenever a patient see that he has or she has a cancer, his impact on their mind and their body as well. He has very fearful and have anxiety and lots of impact of side effects because of chemotherapy, radiotherapy has multiple impacts on their mind. So I am a researcher's physician, so I can give a few evidence from the review literature that few yogas and meditation in UK-based studies shows after chemotherapy and radiotherapy or before surgery, having a yoga meditation for an hour for at least before this session of chemotherapy have impact or positive impact over the mind, and they have better compliance to therapies. In case other side effect, if I talk about the chemotherapy induced MSs like nausea, vomiting, a patient having a distress about having next session of chemotherapy, how can they have it when they have lots of side effect? In this UK-based study, is done published in Cochrane Review, has shown the promising result as well for this therapy due to nausea and vomiting. Other perspective for chemotherapy-induced pain, mostly in the solid tumor like lung cancer and prostate cancer. They have also evidence that after having a yoga and meditation, which helps to calm your mind and impacts a well-being, well-being, fear, decrease the anxiety. This painful situation can be overcome by having a yoga for a 1 hour before these therapies. So summarize all these evidences I got, because I'm not expert in this field, so I just want to mention few evidences, and in that situation we should have more and more researchers in this field, impact of yoga and meditation in cancer care. By those we can overcome and have our own Indian generated data, so more and more people will be attracted to these therapies, and how can they help through this cancer care, and India would be lead in global medical field by this way.
Thank
I
you.
hope so.
Yeah, in my literature review also we know that self-induced states of concentrated states they improve T cell function. So you all know about immunotherapy, which is transforming cancer care, and it exploits the T cell. You empower the T cells, you take them out, and you genetically engineer them and put them back in the body so they go back and fight the tumor. Similarly, even natural interventions like yoga, meditation, they actually upregulate natural killer cells, T cells, and all the great references you've mentioned. It makes sense that it improves immunological mechanisms.
Definitely.
And improves cancer outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just back to Jeeba. Just wanted your input on what is the 12-step process of bhakti recovery which you use in helping people overcome our addictions. I mean, if you can just tell us how you run the group and what are the methods you've used and what is your insight on those outcomes.
Sure. So the Bhakti Recovery Group is based on two things: the 12-step programs of Alcoholics Anonymous and Bhakti Yoga. So the 12 steps goes like this. It's a perfect process, simple and tangible. It's very easy to understand and work and do. Don't have to have any degree. Anyone who's sick and tired of being an addict and cannot anymore may come to this program. There are no dues. We are independent of any other institution. So the 12 steps takes you through a process, and I would like to just say one thing about everybody here. We're all saying the same thing. This is a universal truth. It is a universal truth, and there are 100 ways to get there. So the first thing is to admit that we're powerless. That's the first step. In the Bhakti Recovery Group, we say we're powerless over our addictions and our associated behaviors, and that our lives have become unmanageable. Now, anybody who lives in this world today would probably say that there is unmanageability in their lives. After this realization, we go into the second step, which is that we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves can restore us to sanity. What does that mean? That means sane mind. That means peace of mind. Because in active addiction, we're doing insane things. Let alone just being in this world right now. It's insane, as far as I see it that way. So when we go through this process, we go through that, then we get to the third step. We give our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understand God. We make a moral inventory. That's the fourth step. That means if we don't know what to change, we can't change. So we need to take a good, hard look at ourselves and a good, hard look of what's going on. In order to remove a problem, we have to name it and own it first and take responsibility. After that, we go into the fifth step where we admit to ourselves, to another human being and God, the exact nature of those wrongs. Then we humbly ask God to remove those defects from us. We become willing to have them removed. We ask God to remove them. Then we go into the eighth step where we make a list of all persons that we had harmed, and we came willing to make amends to them all, which means we are admitting our faults. We're cleaning house. This is a house. Addiction is a biopsychosocial, spiritual disease that eats away at anything called a good life, whether that's socially, spiritually, mentally, physically, all of it. It will eat you alive. I have a disease. I'm a recovering addict. I have been clean and sober for 26 years. And the reason is because I worked a spiritual program. And a spiritual program is the only thing that could have helped me, because there was no doctor, there was no person, there was no place or thing that can fill that God-sized hole inside of me that I was trying to fill with material things. Trying to fill that. Something was missing in my life. When we get to the 10th step, we get to the 9th step. The 9th step is then we made direct amends to such people. That means when we've done harm to somebody, we say sorry. We don't just say sorry, we do sorry. That means you steal $100, you got to give them $100 back and apologize. It is humiliating, believe me. But it makes you humble. It makes you know what kind of person you can be, you were, and you don't want to be anymore. The 10th step is we continue to take personal inventory. And when we were wrong, we promptly admitted that. What does that mean? That means in the 4th and 5th step, we've cleaned house, we've cleaned everything up, we practice these principles, and then we do the dusting, right? It's just the maintenance, just the base maintenance. Then we go into the 11th step and we sought through prayer and meditation and the chanting of the holy names, any mantra, to improve our conscious contact with God as we understand God, praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out.
Wow.
So, and then the last step is this, service. Anything that we got, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, and these are real simple steps for dummies like myself, okay? I don't have to go into a big religion, I don't have to do any of that. I follow these steps, do what the other people have done in order to succeed, and I will succeed. So the 12th step is having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we carry this message to those still suffering, and we practice these principles in all of our affairs. That means when we see a newcomer at a meeting who's hurting and has nowhere to go and needs help, we reach our hand just as it was reached to us. No money is involved. Nothing is involved. We are self-supporting and we are completely independent. Now that is very important because we don't want anything manipulating our sacred Sangha. This is, when I had 17 years sober, I fell into a deep, 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 dark depression. It was a very dark time for me. And in this deep, dark depression, I realized that I needed more. So the 12 steps for me, and I can speak about my own experience and to other people as well in the Bhakti Recovery Group, the 12 steps are a vehicle. And any real spiritual practice is the road. So I drive my 12-step vehicle through the Bhakti street. Wow. So that's how it works. We hold meetings every day, online. We have over 15 meetings a week. We have over 200 members. I've only started 3 years ago. I've given up my work and I dedicate myself just for this cause. I'd like to thank my husband for that.
Great gratitude.
Yes, and great gratitude. And I just never want to see another addict have to suffer alone from this horrid disease. I am lucky I'm here. I should have been dead 100 times.
It's really, really appreciable how you're putting your efforts into this service. So I think all those 12 steps which you have explained, these are not restricted to all those addictions which we know as addictions.
Yes.
Even our everyday behavior, which in a way or the other are addiction.
Yes, shopping.
So, shopping is addiction.
Who goes click on Amazon? Who?
Sugar.
How many things? Sugar.
Sugar is an addiction.
Sugar. Everything. Anything that's going to distract us.
Yes, which stimulates, and everything is addiction which we do not even recognize as addiction. So if we follow those 12 steps which Jiva just explained to us, I think it is going to be useful for each and every one of us.
Absolutely.
You don't have to be like a recognized addict to follow them.
Absolutely.
And it is a way to the spirituality, the real spirituality, we can say.
Actually, in the Bhagavad Gita, we find Lord Krishna, he uses param dishtva nivartate. If you develop a higher taste, then the lower tastes which are toxic, those tastes get neutralized. So if you gain a higher sense of being and turn towards ourselves in a spirit of self-discovery which those 12 steps are, or for the first 10 steps,
yes,
are meant to turn the self to its own in a spirit of self-discovery.
Absolutely, and it's never a one and done. This is a lifelong process, just like all of this. It's all a lifelong process. This is nothing to do with one and done, I'm going to do this, now I'm cured. No, it doesn't work like that. I wish it did. I wish there was a pill I could take, and then it would be over, but that's not how it works. So
it's the effort. It is the effort. You have to do effort.
absolutely, and someone like an addict, like myself, I had to have been beaten into submission. I couldn't just decide that. Some people can. I cannot.
But the thing is, when we talk about effort, when we think we're talking about a pill, having a pill and having effect of it. But when we have to do meditation, sit for some time and do the practice. Same with the yoga. We have to do yoga for a few days to see the result.
It works if you work it.
It does work. So for that, my question goes to Dr. Hegde. Is yogic healing scalable? Can we actually scale it?
Definitely, it's very important. Let me share what we do with Unnati Healing Foundation. When I started learning yogic healing, I realized the impact on myself. And as a human beings, whatever we like, we tend to share it with others. Even though I'm not a medical doctor, I got an opportunity to work in a medical college and hospital as a research head for pranic healing. During that time, I witnessed, it was surprising to me, there was an incident of medical student committing suicide. Later I started realizing this is almost entire India, there is no medical college, almost no medical college exempted from losing a medical student. As a non-medical person, according to me, health science college should provide ultimate help to anybody. When patients comes to the hospital, if they can provide, what about the students? Why doctors are losing their health or they're losing their life? It was a deep, strong question within me. I couldn't sleep for a few days. As a mother, as a social responsible person, I couldn't take this. They do not have any health issues. According to the society, they are highly intellectual. They got their dream college. They have everything in their hand. But what is that stopping their life? What must be happening within them? It made me to get more deeper into that. Then sitting in the healing room and waiting for patients to come to me, instead of that, I came out of my counseling room and got into the society. Started understanding more about that. Then I realized again the Panchakoshas from the Vedic scriptures. Some people may be having a strong problem in mental body or body of intellect or body of bliss. We started working with more with the medical colleges. We have an MOU with Government of Karnataka, Department of Education. Actually, we are supposed to reach almost 55 lakh children next few years. Due to pandemic, our work is delayed. In collaboration with Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences in Karnataka, we started making medical students to understand. We brought out that humanity within them. You know what, how to treat. I'm just giving a simple, because these people are not patients. They have very simple things to fix within. Started talking to medical students about the humanitarian concerns. Made them to understand the power of giving, power of talking, power of empowering. I used to take a session to them and taking them to a nearby high school and making them to talk to high school students. It's like a brotherhood concept. And high school students, that is adolescent students, start opening up because it was a big mass open interaction. Please remember, they were not patients, because everybody was doing for these students to share, from high school students to share the emotions was easier. We found out in our childhood that kind of depression was not there. We found out lot of children had depression. Lot of high school students tried committing suicide. These things were very shocking. Then we started teaching them a basic simple yogic healing techniques so that they can empower themselves. As in Bhagavad Gita, as the Lord Krishna says, Uddharet Atmanatmana. It means you have to empower yourself. Others can extend their support, but you have to hold on to that and enhance your inner healing power. That is what we started, and we have already reached 15,000 children, that is adolescent children, through 5,000 medical science students. It is definitely scalable. Another approach, young girls, adolescent girls should be empowered. If one girl is empowered, one entire family is empowered. We should not be waiting for disease to occur, because natural ability, it's a universal gift, the divine gift we all of us have. We all of us can heal ourselves.
So it is
anything is supplementing is the support required for further recovery.
It's about the inner power we have. It's just we have to channel it.
Yes.
In a way or the other.
Yeah. Show them a mirror.
Yeah.
Show them a guidance so that it is taken care.
Wow.
That is what our tradition has taught us in the way of life. We have to bring it back again so that prevention can be a major therapy. Instead of waiting in ICU to save life, in a community we can save a lot of lives.
So this is a way we have to go forward, you can say.
Yeah.
So we are running little late with the time, so let's stick to answers very briefly. We'll, because I'm sure our audience, they are looking forward to one more round of questions. Let's just finish, try to cover most. We'll take little time and briefly we'll go with the questions.
Next question, Dr. Dar. What are the uses of neuro-linguistic programming in health and wellness?
Yeah, before I go to my topic, I first, want to at least express this, that how we all are talking about the same thing. Like all are talking about same concept, that we as a human mind and as a body, how much coordination is there and how much the use of taking the responsibility, like Jiva said, or how Sheetal said that how the behaviors are there with us for generations. And I can see myself seeing clearly how much is the use of NLP here, that you can at least look at the behaviors, you can talk about the responsibility. It's the language, the language outside and the language inside, both are important.
This is the way it will help to realize what actually is going inside.
Yeah, like Ms. Hegde said, they are trying to find out what is happening inside, like they are talking about children, and this is exactly what the deep rooted things are there, and NLP is exactly what the techniques are trying to do to find the deep rooted things. And now to come to the we don't have the time to come to the main question. The question is that, let me explain it very briefly. For when we have a goal, whenever we want to achieve something, we have a goal, and we have a strategy also, an action plan, you can say. Okay, we have this action plan. So I'm giving you an example, like I have a goal that I want to get up early morning, 5 o'clock, and do yoga, pranayam for my well-being or for my health. Now this is my goal, and strategy is also there, the action plan is also there, but it doesn't get mature till we are actually determined and till we actually are motivated 100%. So there needs to be just one thought, only one thought, that I have to wake up in the morning and do yoga and pranayam. But what is happening within us, our own communication? We will say, oh, we can do it tomorrow. Maybe we will start it tomorrow, or maybe maybe day after.
Maybe Monday.
Or maybe Monday, or maybe first. And sometimes we will say, oh, what this pranayam is. We don't know the results, whether it's good for us or not. Yoga, we have not seen. If this sickness has to come, it will come to us.
So there's the internal communication which is going.
Yoga and pranayam will not stop. So this is a communication, what is happening inside you, the language. So that means all your actions are related directly to your thought.
Okay.
If your thought is here, heavy, and then that means your action is not going to the highest potential. It will not be a reality. It will always be Monday to Sunday. And I can give you, I can make it a very simple, I can give you a concept, a simple concept, that we are not alone in our body. There are two hidden people inside our body.
That's interesting.
That is interesting, and that's interesting for everyone. There is one person inside me. He is motivated, he is interested, he wants to get up and 5 o'clock and do yoga pranayam. But there is another hidden person inside us who just goes, stops the alarm clock and sleeps and wants to be in a comfort zone.
Absolutely.
So, this is very simple, that once we control, or once we go deeper to understand the thinking of that other person who is stopping us, or who is saying us, okay, you have the goal, you have the strategy, you have knowledge, you have skills, you have everything, but maybe you cannot do it, maybe you are not good at it. And there are so many voices which are loud and clear to us.
So it's like we have to feed that one which is more motivated. So just that is through this programming, we have to program that one person which is more motivated in the direction of what we really want to achieve.
Yeah.
Very nicely defined.
NLP is exactly to make that other person, that hidden person, change his way of thinking.
So this is letting me forward one more question to Nishant now, that can, by the help of aura, I'll be able to recognize that person who will help me, that part of me which will help me to actually attain what I really want to attain. Will it help me to focus towards my goal?
So you're talking about from a personal perspective, right? Like if I know aura reading, then what is the use of that in normal day-to-day language? Is that what?
Yeah, when we talk about intuition, right? So we got intuition in a positive manner, and there is one thing which is stopping us to do that. So can aura help in that, recognizing the correct one?
Thank you for the question, but the problem is most people are not able to differentiate between an intuition and a thought. So they think that it's intuition, but it could be just a thought operating from a fear-based energy, that I haven't done this ever, so will I really be able to do it or not? How do you differentiate that? I have a very simple exercise which is connected to aura, and if the audience wants to learn, I probably can show it in 30 seconds if they want to learn a technique. Simple process which is to do with expansion of energy, because aura is connected to your mind and emotions, right? So if you can feel the energy, right, like there's a process of sensing the energy of your hands. If you affirm something positive, right, if for example I've been given a job offer which give me 10 lakh rupees, right, for a month, I'm really tempted to do that. But if my intuition says no, then it feels like a gut feeling. But if I'm not sure about it, then there are ways to use the signs of aura to test that decision. That is it going to be a fruitful decision for me or not? Because if it's really intuition, right, even though you don't want that, but the aura will expand because that's coming from within. It's the soul guiding you, your gut feeling guiding you in the right direction.
So we can say aura is a good decision-making tool.
Aura energy is a good decision-making tool because whenever you feel happy, whenever you feel connected, the aura expands.
Wow.
And whenever you feel stressed out, anxious, negative, the aura shrinks. It collapses on you. So aura can actually be used as a mechanism, or you can say a decision-making tool to help you understand and form a really good mind-body connection.
So when you say aura is, when it gets shrink, so I believe that is the time when these physical diseases, they start hitting us. So from here, this question, it goes to Sheetal ji, that can you give any example of some disease with the help of that you can explain this chakra, disease and healing relation?
So, most of the people, the most common thing that comes across, it doesn't go only to the doctors, it comes to the healers too, by the way. I've never smoked, I've never had a drink, didn't do anything wrong, why did my liver go for a toss? Mostly liver is associated with alcohol a lot. But then I think more than me, you all are doctors here, you would know it better. But then from just putting it, probably rephrasing it from the behavioral patterns again, you have a tendency to be in fear all the time, being indecisive all the time, or in anxiety all the time, or always getting either agitated or in some or the other emotion. If you are always not centered, if you're always taxing your heart too much, have you noticed that it starts palpating too much when you want to just do something? Should I not? Should I do this, should I not? If you're in a habit of doing it, if it has become a perpetual habit of doing it, then you're not only taxing your heart, but you're actually not doing justice to your liver. Because all liver has to do is send up your blood to your heart, because your heart is pumping differently. When your heart is pumping differently, all it's going to do is ask for blood from the liver, and liver, what it has to do, being a good friend of heart, will have to send the blood immediately, and just because to save the heart, and that will be a circulation of an impure blood in the body all the time. It is going to hit you sometime or the other time, right? So your liver also is taxed, your heart is also taxed, and then it somewhere leads to a perpetual kind of a thing, also leads to some sort of cancerous movements also inside. Because you're suppressing everything all the time, you're just not letting it out, you're not just letting be yourself. So these kind of diseases also come into the play, If you're not relaxing your heart, so how many of you are able to feel your chair beneath? Just when I said, that's how you test your awareness. Be in awareness, just touch something, feel something, don't get into that zone all the time. So I am not taking much of the time here, because I know they have a positive, but there's so much you can do.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. The last question from us before we turn to the audience for their questions. Dr. Maji, I just wanted your insight on what are the benefits of integrative therapies in terms of outcomes, cancer outcomes. Do you have any kind of data which in your institution has been published or publishable in terms of outcomes using integrative therapies?
Integrative therapies, including all complementary therapies or alternative therapies together alongside of conventional therapies, which is called the modern medicine basically. So in case of chronic pains, usually mostly more than 3 months remains in a body, which is very disturbing for a patient. As a bone marrow transplant physician, we know that patients usually comes with chronic pain even they are cured from the disease, and that remains for a long time, and it's also impact on their mind for a because they are cured, they are thinking why they have pain after that, why they have so much of pain even they are cured from the disease. Even despite of giving maximum treatment like analgesic, opioids, everything, which have a much side effects, we all know its impacts on other organ as well. So here comes to use for the therapies, alternative therapies like integrative therapy, we have using aromatherapies or massaging therapies. It comes into the roles of them. So we have some data I have just gone through before this, it's a Cochrane-based review done on UK-based data. So before chemotherapy and after therapies of curative therapy, we are using massaging therapy, which helps to reduce their pain after having a session of almost a month, or in Canadian-based data also said that around 1 year of treatment is required for that. Even after those therapy, most of young person usually require this of massaging therapies as reducing their pain, and usually they seek help for these therapies rather than the older generation population. And if the pain cycles are mostly more than 4, they usually require a hospital admission, although less than 4 usually managed by those integrative therapies. So here I comes to a conclusion that we can have these all integrative therapies, useful therapies, and can be carefully we can include in our modern medicine, which be mostly helpful and can have a new data because we don't have any Indian data on that. Again, I want to say because we need to involve our Institute of the National Importance, so we have a database and more people will be engaged on these therapies, and and it will be very helpful because they will not be affected much, or no as much of organ will not be damaged that much.
Thank you. We invite the audience to ask any questions to our panelists if you have.
Okay, my question is for Nishan Sharma, and it is, what are the benefits of someone getting their aura read in the life of a working professional who is not really into spiritual healing or the spiritual world?
Okay, thank you. So before I answer that question, you have to understand that aura is a reflection of you, and everything that is an extension in your life, whether relationship, health, finances, career, is an extension of you. So if you're feeling stressed out, that stress will reflect in all other aspects of life. So that means if you can get your aura read, you can actually know that if you're feeling stressed out, then what that stress is causing a problem in the physical health. And you can also find out what are your unconscious belief systems that you have in place which are creating the stress in your mind, in your emotion, how that emotion is affecting your body, how that emotion is attracting from a spiritual point of view, attracting the things that you do not want in life. And since I spoke in the earlier part of the meeting that aura can actually tell us what is going to happen in future in terms of health, because everything appears as an energetic disturbance first. So that means if you get your aura read, you can actually know what areas of your life are going to get affected, say 5 to 6 months in advance, whether it's an area of health, whether it's an area of relationships, career, job. I'm not going to talk about future foretelling, it's not that, but it's from a spiritual point of view. You can actually see and scan your energies in different areas, and based on that you can make decisions. If you feel that energy of your health is not going good right now and it's going to go bad in the future, then you start working on it. So it can be used as a preventive measure, not just in terms of your physical health, but in terms of your jobs, career, relationships, every aspect, because everything is connected to you. Right? Hope that answers your question. Thank you.
My question is for Jiva Hammond. My question is just as healthcare providers, how can we best show support to and provide care for those who classify as addicts? How can we best show support to and take care of addicts as healthcare providers?
Okay, good question. Thanks for asking that question. The very first thing is to make sure that that person knows that they do not have a moral defect. That is something that's really important, because usually people who are addicted have a lot of problem with shame and they're usually traumatized. That's kind of comes with the territory. So I think the best thing to do is make them feel as comfortable as possible, and it's the most normal thing. It's just another disease, you know, and it's not a willpower thing, and that, you know, to be prepared to say, here, we've got meeting lists, we've got, you know, have your AA meeting lists available, have the NA meeting lists available, have perhaps, if you work in a hospital, often you can work closely together with people from 12-step programs. We do this also in the Bhakti Recovery Group, but in just a regular traditional 12-step group, we have people coming and explaining about it. It's called Hospitals and Institutions, and the more experienced people go in and they talk about the program. So if you're working, I don't know in which field, but there's many ways that you can do that. First of all, if you have personal contact, to make them feel comfortable, to make them feel that it's really okay, and that, you know, it's a huge step to ask for help, you know, and make them feel welcome and that you're going to help them. But make sure to tell them that you're not going to carry them. They have to walk themselves. No codependency.
So, any more questions from the audience? So, I think, so can we have the mic, please? So, this is the last question, and after that, we'll be wrapping up the discussion.
Today, by the way, just for the introduction, I happen to be Deputy Director of Sports of Pauri Garhwal 50 years back. And I worked in Uttarakhand for about 15 years. Here I could realize, I am a basically science student, I could realize that science is far away gross than the subtle science of spiritualism. This is a introspective science, and all the panelists recently said very well that it is integration of all. Recently it is summed up very nicely, but one by one I have to put some questions. Say for example the aura. My question is, in our Shastras, there is a universal psyche and the individual psyche. When individual psyche attune with the spiritual psyche, you can do anything in the world because the nature is your slave. This is our theory. So how the aura is correlated with this? When the aura will be powerful, accordingly you can command the nature. And this goes to the so many horizons. Next I say the addiction is practically the conditioned response. So for that sake, this conditioned response, for this we have the Ashtanga Yoga, and all these achievements, whether it is chakras, whether it is neuro-linguistic program, these all can be achieved only through our mechanism of Shastras, which says us sacrifice and denunciation, selflessness, spirit of service, love and compassion. If we can practice these things, then only these are operative, otherwise these are not operative. Basic point is this. Okay. So I want the clarity. Say for example, neuro-linguistic program. How the neuro-linguistic program is very well for the thousands of years is practiced by the chanting of mantras. Is it right or wrong?
You know, it's not direct reply, but if you think of indirect reply, what is chanting doing? Chanting is basically indirectly programming our mind. So chanting is effective, but you cannot say it's a direct technique of neuro-linguistic program. It's an indirect technique.
So,
Okay.
excuse me, sir. I would like to intervene here, so we can have more detailed discussion over tea after the session.
Okay.
And actually, we are running out of time. So, if you please excuse,
Nice.
so we can have a
Nice.
discussion
Thank
later
you,
on.
please.
I'm
Thank you.
sure whosoever will be willing, so we can have all discussion. Thank you so much, sir. And your insight is really going to helpful for every one of us. Thank you.
Yes. Now I'd like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Saini, Dr. Dubal, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Myself and Dr. Saini decided that I should speak first, since he is a veteran and he will probably conclude this session. First of all, congratulations to all the panelists for extremely wonderful thoughts they have and their respective domain. And of course, they don't be that clap loudly for the panelists. And at the same time, we have exceptionally good compares also, moderators who ask very brilliant questions. So probably they have done a lot of homework first. As for me, I have spent decades together in science and technology. So as a science person, I believe in data. I don't believe in what the honorable lady said, fish and pan story. We do, for example, I cite one example. I will not take much time, don't be afraid of me. I will give you 3 examples. Open questions to all. Go through the literature. Today is the era of ChatGPT. You can ask questions, you will get answers as well. For example, we are told that, the copper vessels, you put water in copper vessel, drink in the morning, you will be healthy. Because, the copper or silver or gold nanoparticles are reductionist in nature. So it cures even cancer and infection. Now the theory, when the story was built, was the pure water. Flamboyance of hydrogen and oxygen put in a copper vessel. You get a lot of silver nanoparticles. Today you get a tap water treated by hydrogen peroxide in advanced countries and chlorine. And you put that water in copper vessel and instead hydrogen or oxygen reacting with the copper, it's chlorine which react with the copper vessel. And the toxic material you drink every day in the morning. You are fortunate if you get a pure, quality water. It means you need some scientific literacy. For example, I like your story. When in Indian system, the child is born, grandmother gives chandi bowl and a spoon for kid, not for a fun. Since the children, even neonate or net, small kids, just born, can't tolerate any antibiotics. So if they are fed with the chandi spoon, they get silver nanoparticles and they don't get infection. This is the story behind it. Today we get it and we just, we keep it as a decorative material. We don't know science behind it. That we have to, number 2 example is haldi, for example. Now, how many of us know that haldi, it cures, it's amrit, it cures life. So we ate haldi daily 3 times in the breakfast, lunch and dinner. Average Indian. We in our religion leave haldi only when someone is dead in your house, and for customary 13 or 12 days we leave haldi. Otherwise, so why we are so ill? Because the curcumin which works inside your body, the Ayurveda Acharya doesn't tell you, he doesn't know it. That curcumin is, and the alsi oil, the absorption rate is less than 8%. It hardly works inside your body. So you need at least 7 to 8% curcumin containing haldi means turmeric. Then it will impact your body, and that too in a pure form. Don't burn it. And I generally go to inspect the factories, companies and the industries which claims, the tax, import tax, subsidy from Government of India. I said, you have removed curcumin from this turmeric. What the hell you do with this yellow powder? They say in the market what you get is this, what you use in your kitchen. And number 3, last point is, when I came inside this auditorium, some sadhu or Mahatma ji was telling with the yoga practices. Now, the science is why you are ill. The science is if your protein degrades inside your body, the disease starts then and there. Ultimately, in serious cases, it converts into the malignancy, dementia, or whatever you call it. Now, it starts after the age of 40. Now, what causes this protein degradation? Ultimately, the body is made up of the proteins. Everything in it is a gamble of protein. Now, if you have pure water and if you have pure air, for example, you are doing Kapalabhati, I do yoga. There was a fantastic paper published in New Scientist, probably 6 years back. I wrote the review of it also. That if you are, if you go, it's fancy to say, go morning walk, evening walk, do, Swas Kriya, yoga. I'm not talking of asanas. I'm talking of yoga. Yoga means swas, air. So what is antioxidant? If you are full of antioxidants, full of immunity, the disease cannot, crack you. Now when you go, for example, this is the AIIMS we are sitting in. And you have a huge amount of heavy particles because, if you cross the boundary wall, you have a highway going on. Now the automobiles or all the cars, truck, buses throws a lot of nickel and lead due to tires. The tire struggles with the road. And the first 4 people are they are sufferers. So it's a very, if you test the air quality of this AIIMS, you will find the worst quality. So if you go morning walk or inhale a lot of mercury, nickel, lead, and they say, I'm very happy today, I've walked 5-6 kilometers. If you do Kapalabhati, in a open atmosphere, buses, traffic, dust is going on, no fun. So all I want to, as a science person, from you is to understand science also. And there is a need, holistic medicine is a very good title. The Ayurveda, I have said to AIIMS many times in the past also. You have the Ayurveda also. You have the Patanjali there. In my position, I was willing to fund the projects also. To see the, air quality, optimum air quality, to see the, water quality, and to see and gather the empirical data, doing some yoga and, complement and supplement each other.
So we can say that as we are addressing to youth 20, so we are talking on this platform. So youth is basically more convinced when every technique is so scientifically explained. So
yes, sure. So I conclude here, but my only point is, because since we are sitting in the AIIMS, they pursue high-end research, I know. Many of the doctors I know who do very good research.
Sir.
Dr. Saini itself is a very good researcher. So my emphasis on that point also. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I extend my thanks to the Director AIIMS, Executive Director AIIMS also, to extend to me this opportunity to speak. Thank you. Now I hand over to the Dr. Saini to have a final say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dobal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank Madam Meenu Singh and her team for the invitation. It's really a great privilege being over here and to interact and then listening to such enlightened panelists. While listening to all of the panelists, there was one thing common. And the common thread was they were trying to connect. They were trying to sense, whether it is through aura, whether through pranic healing, or whatever means they have employed. They were trying to connect with the deeper being of an individual. And that's how they were enabling them to heal by themselves. So that's what is a common thread, or common approach, or common principle which we can sense a scientific basis of their working. I come from a university which was set up by a Swami known as Swami Rama, and the very purpose of setting up the university or the medical school was that doctors who are being trained there, they learned both. Learning the science which prevails in eastern part of the world to help through your own inner self, and the science which comes from the West looking largely at the physical aspect of our being. So he tried to synthesize or amalgamate these two concepts. And I'm sure there are many doctors or medical students in this audience. I'm a cancer surgeon, and today was my operation day, and Dr. Vandana and team pulled me out, and I have to cancel one of my operations. And otherwise, all 6 days I'm operating. To give a scientific explanation to what has been elaborated by our panelists, I would like to share with the knowledge of our physiology about a concept or about a phenomena known as homeostasis. The homeostasis is the bodily ability to correct itself. So all of us are equipped at a physiological level, a biochemical level. Our body is made in such a manner that we have the capacity to heal by themselves, by ourselves. And what is missing in the modern medicine curriculum, that we tend to forget this aspect. We tend to forget what our panelists said, that to connect with the people at their inner being. We try to fix people like a car mechanic. That's what is happening. So homeostasis is the ability to correct by, it's a homeostasis, the ability we have to correct our own self. So whenever we see a sick patient or who is in need, if we learn to just support them, whether through surgery, whether giving them medicine, or whether doing any kind of intervention, if we assume a role only of a supporting role, rather trying to take over the bodily physiology of that individual, they heal faster. If we try to sway over their abilities, if we overcome everything and knock down their own ability, we tend to put them down. They do not heal that well. So only patients, only people, those who heal, those who are trying to heal, those who are trying to come out. So our role is to enable them to come out of this situation, of the difficulties they're going through. So while doing so, a doctor or a healthcare professional who try to do this, I would say he is a holistic doctor. Only an individual or a healthcare professional who has understood individuals in the larger context of the environment, of the society, or their physical being, their mental being, their social being, or their inner self, he alone can approach a patient like that. So he can be a holistic doctor. So when we can say that we try to help our patients, looking in totality, just trying to enable them, we can say this is a holistic approach to help people. And when we say holistic, only the panelist doesn't need to take up this role. Every doctor, every individual who is in healthcare profession, they need to be holistic doctors or holistic healthcare professionals. Well, to do so, what you need? You need to help your own self first before you help others. So to help your own self, you need to set in order your inner self. You need to be at peace with your own self. And they were talking about being intuitive. Who can be intuitive? Who is at peace with his own self? Who can retrieve the data? Who can retrieve the information lying at the subconscious level to help others or to make a decision? That is an individual who is pursuing spirituality and who is the one who is at peace. That individual is holistic in his disposition. So these are some of the perspectives I shared with you. So to be at peace with your own self, that's the first prerequisite for any healer sitting over here on the dais or sitting outside in the audience. To help anybody, just learn to be at peace with your own self first. Then coming to meditation, which we keep hearing every day. So, well, let me say, to be spiritual, you need not to be religious. I'm an atheist, yet I'm trying to be spiritual. Okay? So, coming to meditation, anything we do with one-pointedness, anything we do getting absorbed into it is meditation. Most of the doctors, most of the professionals sitting here might have experience. If you read a book, getting absorbed into it. If you work in a kitchen, totally getting absorbed into it. Or you do an operation where you are totally absorbed into it, that's a session of meditation. So it's not always necessary to sit down or see something, say something, or you just do your work with one-pointedness. So with these things, with these concepts in mind, I would say every doctor, every individual has an opportunity to be spiritual. Everyone has an opportunity to be a meditator and help people. Okay? So I would like to conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saini. Thank you, Dr. Saini. Thank you, Dr. Dobal. It's a real honor for all of us to actually get all this knowledge and wisdom from you. And really want to thank all the panelists as well. We would like to conclude the session now. And lovely discussion. And we have learned how to actually recognize our own inherent power, use it to understand our own patterns and cure it with the help of different modalities, be it healing, be it NLP, and actually advantages to all of us. It is all present inside us. We just have to recognize it. Thank you so much. Over to.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Saini, Dr. Dobal. I really appreciated the point of homeostasis. So we actually are the most populous country in the world, and India had 65% of its population are people under age 35. So if you actually embrace our great heritage of what our seers and sages have given us, all these disciplines of yoga, meditation, pranic, accessing the pranic koshas, and these modalities have no side effects. You can just apply them early in life. What we are seeing today, there's so much of chronic disease epidemic, is because people do all kinds of things in their young age, and at age 50 they realize, I have diabetes, I have this and that. But just imagine if all of you youngsters start now then you can put off many of the chronic diseases till 70, 75. So, and that's very profound. So I would encourage you to look at these different disciplines of ancient India in a more scientific perspective, question, have more exchanges. I'm so thrilled to be here amongst you, and thank you all for joining us. Thank you.
It was truly a privilege to have such proficient and experienced individuals sharing their perspectives on the topic. The diversity of thoughts, ideas, and experiences that were shared made it an enriching experience. Once again, on the behalf of the organizing team, thank you to all the panel members. Your contribution was invaluable and greatly admired. Because of lack of time, unfortunately, all the wonderful questions from the audience couldn't be addressed for now. The delegates can approach the panelists and have discussion during the high tea. Thank you. With this, we have come to an end of this panel discussion. It is now time to honor our guest who, with their gracious presence, has made this panel discussion successful. I would request Professor Sunil Saini, Director, Cancer Research Institute, SRHU, to kindly felicitate Ms. Jeeva Hammond with a memento. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. I would again request Professor Sunil Saini to felicitate Dr. Saraswati Hegde with a memento. I would request Professor Sunil Saini to now felicitate Ms. Indira Dhar with the memento. I would request Professor Sunil Saini to now felicitate Mr. Nishant Sharma with the memento. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Dr. Rajendra Dobhal, Director, Strategic Planning, Research and Development, SRHU, to felicitate Dr. Sheetal Soni with a memento. I would again request Dr. Rajendra Dobhal to felicitate Dr. Manideepa Maji with a memento. I would request Dr. Rajendra Dobhal to now felicitate Dr. Venugopal Damirela. I would again request Dr. Rajendra Dobhal to felicitate Ms. Neetu Kent with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Professor Meenu Singh, Director, AIIMS Rishikesh, who's accompanied by Divyanshi Salanki, BSc Honours Nursing 2020 batch, to kindly get on stage and felicitate Professor Sunil Saini. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, Dean Academics, AIIMS Rishikesh, to kindly get on stage and felicitate Dr. Rajendra Dobhal. She is accompanied by Sakshi Verma, BSc Honours Nursing 2020 batch. Thank you, ma'am. It is now time for a group photograph. I would request all our guests and the dignitaries to kindly rise for the group photograph. Also, I would request the volunteers to present Modi @20 book to distinguished guests. I'd also request the coordinators, volunteers, and all the members of the team to kindly gather on the stage for the photograph, please. Ma'am, may I please request Director ma'am and Dean ma'am to join for us for the photograph, please. Thank you so much, everyone. I request the dignitaries and the team to kindly take their seats in the aisle. May I now request the chairpersons, moderators, and the panelists to kindly guide their way towards the media room for a media bite. The volunteers will accompany you.
I have an announcement to make. If anyone has found a lost phone, please contact Miss Beena. If anybody has found a lost phone, please meet or contact Miss Beena. Thank you.
In the end, now we have a high tea break, which is arranged outside the auditorium. But before that, I'd like to inform the audience that as per scheduled event for today's evening, we have travel facilities available from gate number 2, which will drive you to Parmarth Niketan for the Ganga Aarti that takes place by the banks of Holy River Ganga at 5:30 p.m. Vehicles will depart at 5 p.m. today. It is a very beautiful and serene ceremony. Kindly attend. Thank you. Please proceed your way for the high tea.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.